that the forums were in danger and acting quickly to preserve them. You guys can it's a small reward, but y'all can take a inspiration die to add to your character sheets, which can be held between games and used whenever you like.
Oh,
Nice.
well, hell yeah.
Oh, cool.
Looked like a big project. Good work, everybody.
Oh, it's a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
Honestly, Sam and Heather did the bulk of the work.
I feel
I
like
just-
I did very little because all I did was just make all of the forum heads and subjects. I was like, I'm just lining up all the empty cups.
Well, go team. Yay, inspiration die.
Yeah.
Dice.
Yeah, and
Inspiration is always welcome.
Yeah, I wanted to try playing with inspiration more, but I haven't quite decided how I want to do it beyond. I mean, it might just boil down to if something in game happens that I think is cool, I'm going to award it, or if someone does something out of game that's incredibly helpful, it'll be there too. But they're just free rewards. There's no real criteria to it. Just want to show some token of appreciation. That being said, okay, now you can talk about the box, Rob.
The box, okay. So, update token, I think I did that correctly. If you guys turn your attention to the items tab under handouts, or if you use the search function, you can type in bank or Valor Company Bank. There is a small red box that is essentially an item that any party member can, I think any party member can access. 1 second. Do a quick modify.
I was able to open it.
Okay, cool. Normally it's in the quest log, and you can see it in the quest log. I don't know if this is useful. I don't know if this is helpful, but this is a breakdown of all the gold that's currently being held in the bag of holding. It can be adjusted, and it tells us the total amount of the gold pieces in it, as well as what particular gold pieces, platinum, silver, etc. we actually have. So it's a quick reference. You don't have to really search through the quest log to find the info. Again, I don't know how effective it is, but it is there if you want it, and I will be double checking it to make sure that it remains sane as we go forward.
That's
Or
so
Clint
much
goes
platinum.
as a brewing vendor, this is where I get my goods from.
Yes, essentially, and if you're crafting, looking at that will tell you how much available funds are available for crafting. The way that crafting is handled in this game, it's if you have gold on hand, it's assumed that you have bought the items necessary, so hand wave it away. You now have 20 gold less than you had, and you always had that item. And same goes for like adventuring gear and such while we're in the mountains. Because we're adventurers, goddammit, and we do have foresight, and just because the player doesn't remember that you need a warm jacket doesn't mean that the character should know that you need a warm jacket.
Unless it's an entirely unforeseen circumstance, then I might make you roll for retroactive foresight.
Like the Goliath camp, that happened.
I just happen to have a skeleton key in my pocket. No, you don't.
No, you
roll
fucking
D100.
don't.
You got a 100? All right, you had a skeleton key in your pocket.
That's bullshit.
All right. Any game-related pregame news anyone wants to share? Or
There's some forum stuff.
yeah, that was the next step.
We're picking up after it's tomorrow morning. The forums go to the next day.
The forums covered the morning. However, once we summarized that, I kind of had planned on just touching base on how people wanted to spend the rest of the day and then moving on to the next morning. Since it was agreed, I think it was agreed, everyone referenced the first day being just kind of a vacation day.
Then my only announcement is that when we get to tomorrow in game time, I have 2 extremely low portents. So if anybody needs anybody to fail something, hit me up.
Oh, nice.
That might be helpful for a comic moment without tipping my hand too much. But yes, who would like to start summarizing forum plays?
Connie and Alistair had a talk with Elaine. They learned a little bit of the Feywild.
Learned that
Alice.
Elaine went to the goddamn Feywild and knows more shit than he's letting on, that lying bastard.
As you do with Elaine. After that, Kanani and Alistair had a talk about Elaine, or more like a pep talk, because Alistair really should just get it over with and talk to him, and stop just being a negative Nancy behind closed doors about him.
Just rip the Band-Aid off.
Just rip it off.
Yeah, that's a good analogy. Rip the Band-Aid off. Maybe confront the situation and maybe
Not play his game.
maybe not play the game. That was the conclusion. Was basically Alistair's super frustrated that Elaine exists, and the principle that Elaine may or may not be, probably is his progenitor. At least Alistair believes that. And the fact that Elaine said nothing is a point of contention. But you know what? The conclusion of the forum play basically was that if he doesn't want to talk about it, well, fuck him. I don't need him. Alistair didn't say that specifically, but that is the feeling behind it.
But Kanani did mention that it seemed like Elaine may be ready to actually talk.
Yeah, so we'll see. Ball's in his court.
Sure is.
What else happened in forums?
Vera flirted with Say, and eventually she got it.
That flirtation was very much a two-way street.
That's true. That's true. Eventually,
So
Say
when you-
realized she was being flirted back at. It took her a minute, or
That's
10.
on
pages.
brand though.
Like
It's
took
very on brand.
10
There were
fucking
a lot of
pages.
checks.
There's so many checks.
Oh, so that's what the roll history is all about.
Those are just the ones I rolled in this app.
Oh no.
Also shared some insight into drow culture, which may not be relevant in the grand scheme of things, but might be a little interesting nonetheless. But for those people who know drow, the culture that Vera and Taro come from leans heavily in the traditional drow setting.
Woof.
And we'll all see how Vera feels about that German Shepherd puppy she adopted.
What?
Say is a German Shepherd. Let's be honest.
Okay.
Say is
Got
just
it.
a little German Shepherd. She's...
I thought Say was like planning 5 steps ahead and got a puppy. I'm like, that's really
Say is
irresponsible.
planning -4 steps ahead. She is just behind everything and it does not want to plan at all. That is aggressively her stance right now.
I feel like Vera might be a Doberman.
Woof.
Anyway, while I ponder that.
Taliesin did stuff.
Yeah, Taliesin got to tried to get time with Elaine, but saw he was busy, so he went over to speak with Taro. There was a small exchange there where things were talked about, and like some partial strategic stuff going on in education. Then Taliesin saw that Elaine was alone, moved over to him, tried to get him to open up, and did not succeed, but got enough to figure there is some shit going on and he's just not ready to talk about it. And then kind of just like, I don't want to say shit talk, but it was just like, goddamn, for all these other gods that were interested in us and actually had like come up to us, Kokinu still hasn't actually given us a list of their relics if they have any, which then got his interest. He's like, wait, relics? What? and doubled back through the list, and we found out that a few of the ideas that we had were incorrect. We got clarification on where some of the things might be, and also it seemed like Elaine was willing to try something in order to try communicating with Kokinyu to see if there is such items that we could get the information for.
Yeah, Taliesin, I think one of the big takeaways from Talison's thread is that y'all are on good terms with some very knowledgeable people, and they have a lot of insights that they can now share with the party since y'all are together in a non-immediately life-threatening situation. So Taliesin got to dig into some lore details with Taro regarding the Pantheon of Ruin, and discussed quite a bit with Elaine, leading into discussion of the gods, the relics, sages. So there's a lot of information floating around now.
Yep.
All right, I think that was pretty much everything that happened on the forums. One other game mechanic announcement I forgot to sneak in at the start of game is building off of what I mentioned at the end of last game. I wanted to start experimenting with those monologue tokens. So we're going to do it. We're going to start tonight. Everyone gets a monologue token that you can toss at another player character, another NPC, just to get some meta insight into what's going on with them. We'll figure out exactly how it works as we go, but Hannah and Heather are two most experienced individuals with this particular mechanic, so I'm interested to see how it goes. Especially considering how many secretive individuals there are hanging out with the group now.
Indeed.
So, yeah.
I do want to say there was no thread for it, but Jaeger hung around with the orcs and
that was actually my next order of business.
Oh, sorry.
No problem. I was actually going to start with you tonight since we had some insight into what a lot of people are doing. Wanted to resolve some stuff with you real quick. I would like Jaeger to make a persuasion check based on strength or dexterity or constitution, your choice.
You're gonna go with strength, of course.
As you move among the orcs and learn that they are very physical people.
God damn. That's a nat 1.
The orcs take pity on you. So as you move among them, you draw some interest being another fellow large-boned individual, which, as mentioned when you first arrive into the refuge, drew a lot of attention your way. However, as you speak with them and at least one of them challenges you to an arm wrestling kind of competition that you kind of figure out between your their broken common and your eagerness to learn what they're trying to say. You're quickly beaten, and it elicits a round of laughter from the orcs, yet they find the loss kind of endearing. So even though you feel a little embarrassed at the poor showing, they still kind of welcome you in and tease you and pat you on the back. So not quite showing off, but you start to see that these orcs are they're people. You've seen what they're capable at their worst, and now you're getting a look at them kind of at their best. And you learn a couple broken bits of information throughout the course of the day. Namely that the Windwalker tribe is related to the blue-skinned orcs. The pale red, the almost purple color orcs that you see wandering around are remnants from another tribe that were taken in by the Windwalkers. You're able to learn something about a practice called bondsman, and you're not entirely sure what it means, but it seems to have something to do with eventually taking people into the tribe, but the nuances are kind of lost on you. You also learn, Cat, why are you trying to knock stuff off my desk? You also learn that some of these smaller orcs, the ones that look a little more evenly proportioned to that of your companions, a little smoother of skin, you've realized that there's mixed blood among the orcs, but you're not entirely sure where the mixed blood comes from.
Okay.
But you spend a lot of time among them. You learn a couple of their just some simple games that they're able to communicate without quite knowing the language, and essentially just building up your reputation and by extension the reputation of Valor Company among the Windwalkers.
Sounds all good.
All right. As for how the day progresses for everyone else, Alistair, as I recall, you had some projects that you were going to dive into, correct?
One
Yeah.
moment.
There you. Oh, okay. I'll come back.
Hmm. Am I coming through?
Yeah, you're coming through
You
now.
weren't for a
Okay.
second.
Oh, that's bad. Yeah, there were a couple projects. I know one of them was, I know Say had a project that needed a second set of hands to help facilitate. And there was I wanted to get an earring made for Felix so that the tooth communication is great, but two-way conversation would be even better.
Why don't you like the tooth? What's wrong with
I
the
love
tooth?
I
Don't you like the
I
tooth?
love the tooth. I love the tooth. It's great, and holding onto someone's body part is lovely.
It's been working very well.
Yeah, just the fact that you can't communicate back.
Some people would say that's an asset. Keeps it simple. We could try it again. And I hand you that tooth.
I feel like somewhere in the background when Felix makes that statement about it's easier that way, Elaine just sneezes.
Unless Felix seriously does not want an earring, which is cool. That was a
No,
project that I wanted.
Felix is fine with an earring. Felix
Okay, cool.
thinks the tooth thing works very well, partly because it is confusing for people, and Felix
It's
enjoys
confusing.
that. But
sure.
if you want to make Felix an earring, Felix will happily add the earring to their existing earring.
Radical. So I guess my question was, is today truly a day off day, or do we want to head out tomorrow and get things done? Because I'm more than okay with doing a 10-hour to get a bunch of things crafted.
I believe the plan is that we're taking today, like when you arrive, like when
Yep.
you take a long road trip, like you get there like the day before shit happens, so you can like rest from the fact that you've been on the road for so many times, so long, and then the next day is when you start doing shit.
Sounds like a good plan.
Alright.
That was
That
my
would
understanding
effectively-
too, although I think we were going to try to montage through the rest. Not through everything. Obviously, if people want to do things, that's fine. But I think the goal was to get to.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
that's more or less
Alistair will
going.
rest.
Go ahead.
Alistair will rest on his day of rest and explore the refuge. First with Kanani, and then probably, Felix would have to have given him the tooth at some point, so probably bum around with Felix and maybe convince Felix to show him around. Because the place is very quaint and very nice, and so long as he moves around with Felix, he doesn't have to be near Elaine.
Yeah, Felix would
And
be
that
happy
works for me.
to show you around. Introduce you to everyone. Yeah.
Cool.
Most importantly, you would probably want to show him where the forge is at, even though the forge master is currently predisposed somewhere. They were one of the ones that were captured, but they had apprentices that are working the mines, working the smith for them, and making sure that they can get things repaired in town, such as door hinges and getting stuff back in order. So Alistair would have access to some place to work.
All right. Shoot, I guess if we are spending a day off and then a day of rest, then I'll dedicate 5 hours of this day to work on the earrings.
Sounds good to me. You can go ahead and make your check. Earrings. You have a jeweler's kit?
Yep.
All right. We'll do that. You can base it on dexterity.
Okay, one sec.
While Alistair is getting the earrings done, you mentioned trying to find someone who could take care of a tattoo for you.
Yep, the two things were a tattoo and then maybe later talking to Alistair about goggles of night, but the opposite. But yeah, tattoo.
All right, that would be another question that Felix would be able to field for you. Felix, when Say approaches you looking for someone who might be able to take care of a tattoo for her, you do know one really good tattooist in town, and that's Old Man Shepherd Drummond, the leader of the town, the shaky-handed elder dragonborn.
That's fantastic. Okay.
And Felix, I presume you wouldn't have any issue bringing Say to the Good Shepherd and explaining her desires to him?
Nope.
So, Say, in a moment of some alarm, you notice that his hands do shake, but he's very confident in what he's doing. And as you submit yourself to his efforts, his hands go quite still, and he turns out to be a very skilled artist.
Fantastic. She's getting the symbol of Talus covered up.
Oh shit!
Yeah, she specifically was looking for a tattoo artist that's cool with a little blasphemy.
A little blasphemy is a treat.
Oh, the shepherd is down with this. He's up for a little mischief, and oh my god, that's adorable. I'm sorry, Toby just brought up his little toy mouse, deposited it into his snack box, and is now trying to play with it. Yeah, he's down for putting a stuffy, arrogant god in his place by creating a little mischief. So that would take a while, but he'll be able to figure out a design for you that meets your desires without too much effort.
Fantastic.
All right, Alistair has sent me his rolls, and needless to say, those earrings come out exactly as planned.
All right. After finding the correct frequency and just making a simple set of earrings, I'm not even sure if this counts as an offering, but he will offer the earrings themselves to Felix. The earring, rather. It's just a simple silver clasp.
Yeah, Felix is appreciative and curious, asks how it works, puts it on. The same earring that already has the same ear that already has the black tooth earring on it. So
Felix-
not a Felix tooth. It is some other creature's tooth, much even longer and pointier than Felix's.
I would hope that Felix does not have any black teeth.
No. D&D escapist
Um,
fantasy of very good dental hygiene, despite
Peasant
the
teeth.
faux medieval setting. Yes.
Felix actually asks, so yeah, Alistair kind of like gets excited and hold on, one moment. And he kind of like runs around a corner, touches his own earring, and Felix, can you hear me?
And you hear in your actually you might hear in stereo because you still have the tooth.
Oh
Does Felix have to choose, or does anything that Felix thinks or says like attempts to communicate get sent over both of these things at once?
Felix
Uh,
has to touch the earring. I don't think that
Oh,
he was
Yeah.
told yet.
not yet.
Oh.
Okay, so you hear not over your ear, just over the
Just
like
in his
just
head.
in
Would
your
Alistair
in
know?
tooth speak. Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, wait, hold on. Touch your ear, and say that again.
I can hear you. Now you hear it in stereo.
I throw the tooth. He goes and he tries to scoop it up off the ground. Oh dear. Okay. And again, he'll touch his ear. All right, seems like it works.
Are you okay?
I heard-
It sounded like there was some.
Just slowly, please.
I
There's a little bit of a delay, and I hear you twice. And
can't really talk any slower than this.
oh, it's not helping. He comes back around the corner, flummoxed, brows knitted, and gives you a shaky thumbs up. Okay.
Is it not doing now? You like hearing actually in your actual ears because you're right there as well as through the two different things.
He just takes the earring off. He takes the tooth and like holds it out away from him as though it's going to slow it or dampen it. Okay, it works. But I am hearing you in 3 times. 3 times hearing, threefold. Okay, so you'll be able to access anyone from here so long as we're within 500 or so feet.
Like all at once, or only if I?
touches her ear.
Oh, this
and
will answer the
says-
question.
Sorry. She's
No, go for it.
interrupting. She's interrupting. I heard all that. That was funny. I wish I saw it.
Oh, I was just about to ask if everyone could hear, or if only Alistair could hear, or if I had to think about someone. But that makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
We can all hear you, yes.
Does anybody else want the tooth for the day? Because I don't think Alistair wants it anymore.
I think I'll take the tooth.
Okay,
I'll come find you.
Okay, I'll hand the tooth over to Felix. All right, Felix. So, if you want to use the earring, just touch it and then speak. It's just the sending spell. If you don't touch it, it won't send, but you can still hear.
So does that mean that I only get 25 words at a time, and if I keep talking too much before I like untouch the ear and then touch it again, that they won't like you wouldn't get the other half of that?
Alistair just shakes his head with a stiff lip. No, it's pretty much open. It's a little bit better than the regular sending spell. I haven't tried sending more than a few dozen words. Golly, I wonder if there is an upper limit.
I'll find out.
Okay, good luck.
And Felix will unburden Alistair of the tooth and will trot off to find Jaeger with a running monologue of their adventures through their travels through the refuge going on over the tooth to find out if there's an upper limit.
What time of day is this? Trying to figure out
this-
where in Say's day this lands.
So this would be after he finishes the earrings. How many hours did it take for those earrings, Alistair?
5 hours for the earrings.
Okay, so this would probably be maybe just after you've gotten your tattoo.
Okay.
Yeah, it's this point would probably be like 4 in the afternoon.
This is why Jaeger lost the challenge, the arm wrestling.
Yes, there was copious
Oh, no.
distraction at just the wrong moment.
It's the opposite of inspiration.
Just imagine,
Sorry,
like,
Jaeger.
say cuddling Vera and be like, no, I'm taking my earring off now.
Oh man, that's amusing. Yeah, Vera's absent during this day from anyone's sight, and even Taro is a little confused, but that's fine. He doesn't need to know. Konane
And may or may not cause mischief.
okay.
I feel certain that whatever mischief you cause is embraced by the locals.
It's
I
like
get the feeling that Kanane fits right in here.
well, she does it. She's sneaky about it. Part of it is her using Mage Hand to, you know, make people feel like something was touching the back of their neck or something. Part of it was her, in her fox form, stealing things and then running off.
Do me a favor and roll a stealth check for me. Klinkle, regarding your brewing, Rob, would you be able to work with her real quick to figure out how many potions she's able to brew?
Yeah, sure.
Are we going by time or going by gold? Because I still have the old time limit thing you had for me.
So it's going to be 25 gold pieces to brew.
Shoot some DMs back and forth. So
yeah, DMs.
yeah,
I'll get you
right.
DMs.
Thank you,
that's-
thank you. Go ahead.
That's a 12. I don't
Okay.
think she does a very good job.
Well, your targets don't always notice you, but you do notice. Actually, do you notice? What's your passive perception?
My passive is 13.
You spend most of the day being stalked by a goat.
As her fox form or as her human form?
Yes,
Okay.
it's a
Insight-
very particular goat.
I'm gonna insight check the goat.
You can go ahead and insight check Bergamot.
It's a 21.
He's a goat. He's a largely inscrutable goat, but he seems to like high places and mischief. He seems amused in some way by what you're doing, as much as you can tell. He doesn't seem to be actively interfering with you. He's just watching you from above most of the time, occasionally moving down into the village for neck rubs and scratches and kind of doing his own thing, but he always finds you. Even when you try to hide from him, he always finds you.
Kanani's very perturbed, but animals are weird. All right, well, if he finds me, she's, instead of running from him any longer, she'll probably just walk along with him.
At some point, he'll probably try to entice you into climbing up onto buildings with him.
Foxes can climb trees, she can climb buildings.
And at any point where you get stuck, he will kind of scoop you up onto his horns and carry you the rest of the way.
That's great. We're having animal adventure time.
Felix, at some point during the day, your mischief sense gets tingling, and you look up to see Bergamot with a black fox on his head moving across the rooftops.
Delightful. Do I recognize the fox? I think I've seen Kanane's fox form
If you
once or twice.
if you don't recognize the fox, you'll recognize the purple beaded necklace that she always wears.
Oh,
Yeah, you definitely
delightful.
recognize her.
I will. It looks like sounds like they're going somewhere. So I will. Am I still with Jaeger at this point? I think I would have hung out after delivering the tooth.
Yeah,
and
this would probably be late in the day, I imagine.
and I'll tap him on the shoulder. I will find something to climb on so that I can reach his shoulder. Then I will tap him on the shoulder and point out the fox and goat situation. And then I will cast Enhance Ability, the Dexterity one, on both of us. Cat's Grace, and I will follow along. Not like stealthing, just like following at a
Mhm.
respectful distance to see where they go.
Oh, we're just going. Okay.
Okay.
They look like they're going somewhere, so we'll get to see where they're going, or we'll get to see what they do. That seems fun too. You're
you-
hearing this in stereo as well as out loud. Everyone else is hearing it only in one.
Jaeger doesn't seem worried about the stereo. Not too much, anyway.
Connie hears Felix's voice and she's just turning her head from side to side. Can she see Felix from where she is?
Yeah, unless Felix and Jaeger want to stealth follow, I think it'd be pretty easy to notice them scrambling over rooftops.
Yeah, no stealth here. So it would only be if there was like a physical barrier temporarily in the way.
Oh, I'm gonna tap Bergamont's shoulder, and I'm going to encourage him to run as fast as he can.
He doesn't really respond to you, but instinctively just starts trotting forward and like leaping across gaps. Occasionally jumping between gaps that you think are way too wide for a goat to be jumping across. But Bergamot seems absolutely confident in himself.
People
And
here will be hearing weird fox noises above their heads.
as Jaeger and Felix kind of give chase, this I feel like this is probably how you guys would largely end your day. As Bergamot moves around town and eventually stops in the southeastern corner where there's a couple level topped buildings. And here, Konana, you see kind of a nest, kind of a hoard. It looks like someone has just gathered anything they found interesting from across town and collected it into this one spot. There's some hay, there's some torn sheets, there's some shiny baubles. Bergamot has brought you to his nest.
My god, Bergamont's like the goose from the Goose Game, except he's a goat. Causing chaos.
He's the goat in the goat simulator.
Look, goats and geese come from the same plane of hell. Sorry, the abyss. It's the abyss.
They're great. I love them.
Felix, after a while, where Bergamot is going, but you keep up just for the thrill of bounding over the rooftops of your hometown and getting some of that nostalgic excitement going on. And yeah, you and Jaeger catch up to him and Konane as he's kind of rustling around in his nest and just kind of baying quietly as he moves some toys around and finding a place to nap in the setting sunlight.
I'll stop at like within line of sight so I can see if they do anything fun. But I will. It sounds like Nani's been invited to see the treasure hoard, so I'm not going to interfere with that.
Annie's eyes are wide, and if a fox could grin, you could think she was grinning. So she's respectful because this is his space, but he brought her here, so that's, she feels very blessed by a goat. And she's going to, maybe either if he's playing with toys, she might play back or just inspect the baubles and bits and shinies that he has, but not take anything because they're not hers.
You can quickly surmise that most of this has absolutely no value whatsoever. They just happen to be
a
whatever.
person.
Yeah, I mean, to him, these are treasures, and if Jaeger were to get too close, then Bergamot would go on alert. But otherwise, yeah, he has a nest on a roof that's full of junk. and he's very proud of it.
That he should be.
So around evening time, the party, you guys all have earrings now. You're all able to kind of congregate for dinner. Most of the town seems to be kind of coming together to have they either eat in the kind of community hall where you had breakfast, or they spend the evenings visiting with one another and sharing food there. Several are going among the orcs and sharing some dinner with them. The orcs are grateful. Um, your NPC companions, Elaine and Taro, have spent a lot of the day kind of keeping to themselves, asking questions of one another. Um, Actually, speaking of the sages, almost forgot. Taliesin, after your conversation with Elaine, how did you spend the day?
Keeping out of sight for the most part. Just occasionally turning into, a small animal and going to a place and staying there. Not much else to do for rest, and everyone else was doing stuff, so just keeping to myself.
Chances are you would have crossed Bergamot's path at some point during the day.
I would have been a squirrel at the time, and I would have immediately dashed for a tiny hole that fucker couldn't get into.
Fair. And the sages are always around if you wish to pursue discussions with them at any point, to elaborate on any more of your information. Otherwise, they keep to themselves or kind of drift about town doing their own thing. Taro tends to keep himself away from others for the most part, while Elaine is chatting up everyone and learning everything he can about the refuge and the orcs. The leaders of the Wind Runners, they kind of spend more time in the lower city, making sure that they have patrols going out, making sure the place is defended. And otherwise, there's kind of a sense of relief and industry that settles around the refuge. There's a quiet thrum of anxiety, but it seems to be motivating people to come together and find ways to either relax amidst one another's company, share one another's company, or otherwise just blow off steam in many respects. But around dinner time is when the party comes together. You all kind of chat back and forth about your experiences of the day. Unless anyone tells her not to, Vera will probably take her dinner with you, and probably call Taro over. Elaine is absent at dinner time, but after dinner, after everyone's had a chance to discuss what they plan to do in the morning and discuss how a visit to a dragon might go, everyone will eventually find some rooms available in one of the boarding houses in the upper city. The refuge doesn't have a lot of visitors, but there's exactly one boarding house with rooms for everyone to spend the night in. Elaine just kind of walks through the town in the evening, kind of keeping his own company. So, between dinner and turning in for the evening, is there anything in particular anyone wants to do, address, make note of?
Not at dinner, like with everyone around, but eventually Say would talk to Alistair about getting some, I don't know how she would describe it, reverse goggles of night. Something that would block bright light. She wants Alistair to invent sunglasses, more or less.
Reverse goggles of...
Vera coins the term sun goggles.
Yeah, that should be fairly easy to do. You can take a simple set of goggles and simply darken them with some pigment. Use some transparent paint. Maybe use a semi-reflective membrane, possibly out of silver, perhaps.
Say you've done the right thing when Alistair starts babbling ideas to himself.
Mm-hmm. Do I know any of what he's talking about as things I can make with my tinker tools?
Make an intelligence check.
Oh,
This
no.
is gonna go well.
Is this happening in a public space? Or is this happening quietly with just Alistair?
I mean, she's not gonna like bring it up like at the table, but it's not like a hidden conversation either. So Felix could definitely be around.
If my passive perception of a lot of 19 is good enough to hear that this is happening, Felix will just sort of find an excuse to stroll through the area and will just sort of tap your shoulder, and you have guidance for whatever roll is about to happen.
Yes.
Oh, hey, Felix.
Hi, Felix. Bye, Felix.
Hi, Felix.
I'm
later.
and I'll touch my ear. I was just trying to not talk to you too much because I thought I talked to you maybe too much earlier, and it seemed like you might have been a little overwhelmed. So I was trying to give you a break. How's that working out? Have you had enough of a break?
Oh, yes, plenty. I'm great, thank you.
Okay. And I'll keep going.
17.
All right. You're fairly confident you could probably rig up goggles, but the actual lens work would be beyond you.
Okay.
Lenses are a pain in the ass.
I can make goggles, but I can't make lenses.
Oh, yeah, you'd need glass blowing tools for that. Or, any wine bottles around? Beer bottles? Glass bottles? Felix! Hey, Felix! Alistair kind of jogs after Felix. Felix, do they have any booze in bottles around here? Ideally, the bottles without the booze in them.
I mean, there's lots of booze and there's lots of bottles, and I mean, I think like we're right near the kitchen right now and the pantry, so most of the bottles here are going to have booze or something else in them.
Or even a milk jar. Do you have milk jars?
I mean,
Made of glass, not tin.
If there's booze in a bottle, I can fix that problem.
I was about to say that, so I don't know how many bottles he needs, but I mean, there's a lot of us here. But also, I think there's a stash of the pretty ones, like the pretty glass is kept in case somebody wants it for a project or in case other things need to go into it or somebody needs a bottle. So yeah, let me come on this way. And Felix will lead Alistair to what is basically like a kind of combined like storage room, junk room, craft room, where there is indeed a very large supply of like interestingly shaped and colored bottles available for whoever needs an interestingly shaped or colored bottle, or the glass of what was formerly an interestingly shaped or colored bottle.
Oh, this is perfect. Say, do you have a preference on color? There's lots of colors.
That pink looks real nice.
Pink is
probably
good?
not pink. And Say is just gonna bolt off to go follow them.
What's wrong with pink?
Kanani's just sitting there, just listening and watching this. Like, what the fuck?
Just kind of glancing around the hallway.
Vera's
down
just like standing there, having mostly been near Say most of the day, and is just running a hand through her hair and just shaking her head.
If you hold it up to the light, that one has like there's some little bubbles in the glass, and if you hold it to the light, it almost looks like the glitter that you like so much.
Oh, well, that wouldn't do it. Needs to be clear. Though, actually, I might just take that for myself for later.
Say is gonna go to the craft room and be like, "Well, I appreciate the idea of putting Vera in rose-colored goggles. I feel like that would be a hilarious joke that would not go over well."
Oh, it's for Vera. What about purple?
That would work.
I will go about searching for a purple bottle with Felix's help.
Purple, blue, probably green would be fine.
Purple, blue, green. Green's pretty common.
Felix will alternate between helping you find appropriately colored bottles as per your request and setting up various colored bottles for Konane because they're now wondering if she can see color in her fox form, or if she does not see color like some other canines don't.
She gets fox vision.
That's a very interesting experiment to try out. Yeah, no, there's no problem finding colored glasses to use for whatever project is formulating in your head.
All right. Yeah, I'll spend the rest of the evening working with Say and Felix to make this happen.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got
Um,
Tinker's tools, so we could probably bang this out really quick. We just needed the expertise of Alistair to do lenses.
yeah.
Well, we'll see how that goes. It's not blowing glass, so can I use jeweler's tools?
So, let me see here. So this is basically you're just trying to carve out some lenses of colored glass to mount into a pair of goggles.
That
Yeah,
way,
see how well they do.
in a way that doesn't
Okay.
distort vision.
Okay, I'm going to say, yeah, you can use a jeweler's kit because I imagine there would be some fine tools that you could use, jeweler's kit or tinker tools, to carve out the lenses from the glass, and tinker tools to assemble the goggles with the glass lenses in them.
Cool. My Tinker check is gross.
And I would say that between both of you hammering out this task, I think the minimum crafting time I put for items is about an hour,
Yeah.
just for convenience's sake. But with both of you doing both halves of the work at the same time, you can knock this project out in an hour without spending any gold because you're not actually using any real valuable components
Just taking leather from the stables and glass bottles.
from the
and-
craft room.
From the craft room.
From the craft room. Oh, we're stealing their shit. Cool.
It's not stealing if Felix is offering them.
Yeah,
There we
this
go.
is definitely like a free for all. This is not somebody's craft room. This is like the community craft room. If there's
That's
something you really,
delightful.
if there's something you really like want for a specific project, you don't leave it here.
It says a lot that the refuge has a community cafeteria and adjourning craft room.
I want to live there. Like Heather wants to live there.
Yeah, big Sam, big mood.
As a person
Um,
with ADHD style habits, like if I could just dump all of my craft stuff that I'm never using again into a room
Right?
with other people. Anyway, yeah.
Are
Goggles
we both
of
making
sun.
checks?
Yeah, I think we're making sun goggles. You make your jeweler's craft and I'll make my tinkers. I've got like stupid expertise in it.
Okay.
I don't know what just happened, but I just watched Bergamot just fly off. Oh, it's the cat. That's what happened. I just got distracted by Bergamot's token just randomly floating off into space and crashing into the wall of the screen.
No. No, we will be rolling inspiration for that. Because no. No. I will spend the inspiration dice for this.
Okay.
Yeah, 27. That sounds better.
Okay. Yeah, and I would actually say, with such high scores, in spite of collecting lenses from like old glass bottles and leather scraps from the rec room, you actually fashion a set of kind of stylish, like almost steampunk sunglasses. And they actually look good. Like this could have been hilarious, but yeah, these look perfect.
I feel like Say and Alistair and Felix all scrolled away while everyone was like having like post dinner like desserts and stuff.
They just grabbed some food and left to go to the craft room.
That sounds right.
Yeah, no, Kanani would have probably meandered into the craft room to see what the fuck was going on.
Konane discovers a room full of arts and crafts.
It's just people making so much noise in there. Like, how do you people have energy?
Cool, yeah. Thank you very much, Alistair.
Hey, my pleasure.
We might have to make another pair for Taro eventually.
Well, we've got supplies.
Taro sneezes in the cafeteria.
All right. Well, let me go get these away, and say we'll head out.
Okay, you go and present them to Vera.
Yep.
All right, Kat, now you're walking across to my keyboard. Your desktop privileges are revoked. Vera is kind of astonished that you were able to fashion this so damn quickly, and is honestly kind of impressed by the look, and feels like the rugged steampunk look is something she could make work. Especially with her fur and leather outfit that she's wearing right now.
Say probably we'll just talk fashion with her for like a bit.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. There's a she is very happy with them. Okay. So you were able to hammer that out pretty quickly. Is there anything else anyone would like to do this evening?
Taliesin would try to find Elaine, and figure out if he found the preparation stuff he needed in order to commune, I guess. Since he said to give him time, give him some time to get stuff together for that.
You eventually find him. He's sticking near the common area around dinner time. Even though he's not really eating with anyone, he does pop in to grab something before going out on a stroll again. He tells you that he doesn't quite have the preparations ready yet. He might need some assistance to make this happen. Give me an insight check as well. Actually, I know you were with Liam. Do you need someone to roll for you?
I'm back. I rolled. You know what? Sure, I'll waste my inspiration on that. Okay, so that'll be instead of a 7. Insight is just my +3, right? Yep. So that's a 15.
All right. 15. Actually, you know what? I do need to roll for this. Okay. So he talks to you about some of the needs to get things right, and he spent most of the day kind of moving about town, getting a sense of what might be useful in this particular ritual. He believes he might be able to partner up with someone in the refuge, possibly even Felix, because Felix seems to have an interesting affinity. But he's also kind of concerned about the cost. Part of what he shares with you about dealing with Kokinyu is that Kokinyu, he's kind of an information broker, in Elaine's words. In order to gain something of value from him, you must submit something of value to him. Usually a secret or a piece of knowledge or something that cannot be easily replaced. He's not picky. He's not unfair, but Elaine definitely seems to have spent some time weighing the weight of the kind of offering that can be presented. So he indicates that he's not ready for it tonight, but he's going to keep giving it some thought so they can get the most out of the encounter.
So for a point of clarification that I would ask, is it something that the person offering would forget?
No. No, he doesn't. Kokinu doesn't rob you of anything, but things typically change once he's presented with these offerings. That's kind of the intent behind them. You get the impression that it's kind of like revealing a secret. Once it's out there, it's out there. That's what Kokinu seems to value. And just knowing what you do about Elaine, you can kind of have some insight why he, of all people, would probably be giving this a lot of thought.
Yeah, I will nod. And well, if it's not just you that needs to share some secret, I'm certain we could ask the group to see if someone has a secret that Kokinu might not know that they'd be willing to share for it.
To be honest, I think that he would be amused by a group offering. It might help us in learning more information from him. It's something we can discuss tomorrow with everyone, I think.
Sounds good. Take your time.
He smiles affably and just kind of like maybe a little nervously. You got a little bit of nervousness with your check.
Oh yeah, no, that's not unusual for Taliesin to see. He's kind of squirrely. He's a sage. He's a wizard. All of the ones that he's met, aside from the betrayer, have been kind of shy boys.
That's a good point. Taro seems a lot more straightforward with how he presents himself, but that's also you feel like that might have something to do with his drow background as well.
Yeah, a cultural thing less than any other.
Okay. Final call for any evening activities.
On here.
All right. You all get to sleep in actual beds for the first time in days. It's very comfortable. And for once, you don't need to keep a watch, since the town is pretty full of people, including some dedicated defenders now.
Come back here.
So the evening passes uneventfully, and you all get a good night's sleep. As I reset some time.
As we're already halfway through the game and we haven't even left.
Oh, yeah, you can do that retroactively, Rob.
Cool.
Go ahead and give me a Tinker Tool check. Okay, yeah, you're good. All right. So, as I continue to fiddle with these controls, you all get your fresh rest. The following day, you can spellcasters can reset your spells. You've all kind of had a chance to discuss the previous night about your options in the Vale and about going to take a offering to Faravax and maybe ask him some questions.
All right, so we gather all back together.
Yep.
Yep, you start to gather back together. We'll say it's about 7 a.m.
All right, Alistair's got Hermes on his shoulder and doing his notes, doing his spells in the morning. Okay, so offerings. We should probably bring a goat, right? We should probably not come too early. Felix, when you visited Faravax, what time of day did you usually arrive?
Felix would have also mentioned the previous night that the trip out to Faravax is about a 4 to 5 hour hike. So a trip out to Faravax does take about a day back and forth. But I think Felix might still be tending to the dog, so we won't go too far.
Oh, Hannah stepped aside.
Yeah.
Change of subject.
Doggos.
Doggo.
Maybe we could just take a 5-minute then?
Yeah. That's fine by me. Quick 5-minute refresh your drinks.
That works. All right, back in a sec.
All right, cool beans. Be right back.
Oh, that's funny. Hannah just said we were going to take a quick 5-minute break so we could wait for you to get back.
Oh, well, surprise.
Surprise, surprise.
That's fine. It'll be a hard 5-minute break. So 8:50 is where we continue.
Cool bean.
Hey, Rob.
Yes.
This mini slug done?
50% slug worked. 25% slug failed.
Okay. Someday. Tiniest slug.
Yeah. It printed, but we couldn't get it off the print plate without breaking it.
Yeah, I gotta clean and redo and set up my printer again. Now that the
For
weather's
FIP
nice
sheets.
enough to. Now that the weather's nice enough to like open the windows, I can print again. I haven't been able to print all winter.
No. Yeah, you don't want to breathe that shit.
Yeah.
So here's a question, metagame. There's a spell called Catnap. It causes up to 3 willing creatures to spend a short rest within 10 minutes.
Yep.
Really good for warlocks. I don't know if anyone else benefits from short rests in this game.
Fighters. I get my action surge back. I get like I think I get my superiority die back.
Okay, I know druids get their weld shape back on a short rest, right?
I think.
Yep.
And clerics get their channel divinity back. Potentially. I probably won't prepare it today then, unless we need it. Maybe save it for the mines.
But yeah, no, I just double checked. I get all it refreshes my action surge, my second wind, and my combat superiority die.
Oh shit! So short rests are your bread and butter.
Yeah.
I think
Good
the
to know.
martial classes get a lot out of short rests.
Yeah.
Yeah, preparing it for extended operations down in the Vale is going to be very useful.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, I'm excited to try out this rebuild.
Be right back.
Say can move 80 feet around, which is not quite.
Jesus Christmas.
I mean, she could, like, that's not even top speed. That's like normal movement and bonus action. She could move 40 feet. She could use her bonus action to move another 40 feet. She could spend her action to move another 40 feet, and then she could use her action surge to move another 40 feet. So theoretically, 1, 2, 3, 4 times 4 is 16, so 160 feet.
That is gross. So do not cast haste on her.
Definitely cast haste on her.
Felix has identify always prepared, right?
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Is everyone back?
Yep.
I am. Sam's.
I am.
I'm here.
Good.
Is Hannah still here? I think Hannah may have stepped aside.
All righty. That's fine. I'm hypnotized by this TikTok video.
With Shaggy? Oh, wait,
Oh,
it's not TikTok, it's Imgur.
I mean, it's TikTok format.
Give that person a lot of credit. All right, as soon as Hannah gets back, we will get started.
I'm here.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. All right, so
Right.
before we broke, Alistair had asked, had attempted to ask Felix, Felix, around what time of day have you visited Farivax? He's not a morning person, from what I understand.
No, I guess we all figured that out together. I mean, I figured it out and then I told you all, but we all learned at about almost the same time, all close enough that it doesn't really make a huge difference. I'm sorry, what was the question?
What's a good time? When's not a good time?
Probably
In your
lunchtime.
experience. Lunchtime,
Ish,
so we
like-
bring lunch.
Yeah, we bring lunch for us and for Fairfax, and then we sit quietly, and then we leave.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, you didn't want to do the sitting quietly part. I mean, I recommend the sitting quietly part, but if you wanted to try a sitting less quietly part after that, I mean, we can try it.
Well, yeah. We thought we could maybe appeal to the big lizard. I think Drummond called him, but not to call him that.
Do you think they're lizards? I don't really know how that works.
Well, they're warm-blooded. I don't think they can be. I believe they're warm-blooded.
I have never seen them bleed, and I would hope to not.
Yeah. Let's not.
Aren't dragons just dragons?
I think dragons are just dragons.
They're
think
certainly in a
their own-
class of their own, Elaine
Oh.
says, as he just kind of appears behind the group.
Kind of half turn to glance at Elaine. So as nice as sitting quietly might be, I was hoping, and I think we all were hoping, that maybe Fairfax could be convinced that perhaps he might have some skin in the game. He seems to be curmudgeonly would be the rude way to put it. He seems to enjoy his way of life and his status quo, being handed lunch by pleasant young men, occasionally. And
Yeah,
being
I
allowed
mean,
to
I think he
fly
gets
different
finds
places.
his own lunch too. Like we just bring him a goat occasionally, and he's pretty big, so I I think like he probably can find his own food. It's just like a gesture, a neighborly gesture. Just like you might bring your neighbor some cookies or some booze that you made, or like sometimes some very nice glass bottles.
Right, and like a good neighbor, you would probably warn them if impending doom was on the way. Maybe a big storm, a tornado, a hurricane.
It depends on the
or
neighbor. Some
anything.
people like to be surprised.
Do you imagine Faravax is the type to enjoy surprises?
No, I
Okay,
do not
so-
think that. I did not get that impression from him.
So maybe we can start by mentioning what we know and see if he knows what we know and if it's news to him, and maybe suss out if he has any strong opinions about it. And if he does, maybe see if we can get him involved.
You can try that. Felix looks a little concerned.
Well, worst case scenario, he gets very upset at us.
It just isn't nice to go to somebody's house and then upset them.
Right.
Also, he's a dragon. So like he's a good dragon. He's a good friend, neighbor, friend.
Maybe we should bring 2 goats.
That's
Right,
probably a
that
good
was-
idea.
The next question, are there okay goats to take and not okay goats to take? How many goats can be spared?
I will take care of the goats.
Okay, you can
I
take
mean,
care of
finding
goats.
them and then getting them there and then picking them and then we won't have to get them back. So that part would be okay.
Okay,
Then I'll
so
put
yeah.
that.
He just kind of snaps his finger guns at Felix. Okay, put you in charge of getting the best goats. You're the one with the most experience. You know what you're doing. And then you could also lead us there. You're in charge of a lot of this, actually. Thank you for getting our foot in the door. Appreciate
You
it.
look a little concerned about that.
Well, it is a bit of... We're asking a lot of you. I'm kind of just assuming that you're okay with it.
I mean,
I
I'm
don't
here
know,
to.
it's
I want to
kinda-
help. I'm here to help. So
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, so as long as you're okay with it.
yeah, I mean, I'm okay with it. Just don't like if you could try not to not upset Faravax because he does live right next to
Right.
my
Right,
home.
well,
So it's not that I don't trust you. I do trust you. I just don't want you to be informed.
Okay, well, we're pretty good at not upsetting people that we talk to. I look to the group. Yeah,
Jaeger gives a thumbs up.
Elaine says nothing and just kind of rubs his chin.
I mean,
It's, I would
Orin-
say, well, 50-50, perhaps.
Right, and I believe. I mean, to be clear, I believe in you all. Like, I'm not. It's not that I doubt you. I just want to know what everyone to be on the same page. Because I know you can do it if you try. I just know that sometimes you are thinking about other things, and sometimes that's okay and that's good and right. I just want to make sure you're thinking about that thing this time. So
Right,
now that we all
so
know,
we-
I will go find some goats.
okay. Yeah, we'll work on what we can do to not annoy Faravax. I think we can do it. Right, okay. Yeah, we'll be in the middle.
And if no one would object, I would very much like to witness this meeting myself. It is not every day you get to see a dragon that is on good terms with people.
Glance at Say.
Say shrugs.
I grimace. I don't see why not. Yeah,
It's worth noting for you, Say, that when you broached the subject of Faravax's visit with Vera, she was more or less like, hell no, I'm not getting anywhere near a dragon.
That seems fair.
Taro also politely declined. Okay. Felix, easy enough to find some snack goats. It was mentioned that there were some loose herd animals out in the lower vale. Lower vale? No, the lower meadows outside of town, and y'all are going to be kind of heading out that way anyway. And it looks like some of the shepherds have gathered up a good number of them, but it's easy enough for you to find two that will be sufficient as a offering.
I'll corral a couple of goats. well, not corral, like collar and leash. It's not quite a leash. It's like a long line situation. But yeah, I've got a couple of goats on a rope.
Rope goats.
Plenty of carrots.
Improvised weapons.
Just like putting bags of carrots in everybody's pockets as well as in my own and in my backpack.
Just to make sure that you keep luring them in the right direction. Hey,
It's like
ahead.
this is like luring pigs in Minecraft when you don't have a lasso.
Just
We're
hold
just-
food in front of them.
We're just slowly walking backwards, holding food to lure the goats.
I mean, pack goats. On the one hand, pack goats are a thing, so I'm assuming that like these goats know how to follow on a collar, but on the other hand, they're still goats. So like trust but verify.
Yeah.
Trust
And-
but verify.
Yeah, you are all able to coax them forward without too much difficulty. The goats will not be given much in the way of personality because, after all, they're being given to a dragon. But
Don't name them.
yeah, no. But
I named this one. No.
I mean, if you like that one and you want to keep that one, we can get a different goat. I mean, like they already have names.
Kanani
But if
wouldn't
that's gonna upset
actually-
you,
She wouldn't actually name the goat. She knows better. She doesn't want.
the
she doesn't
moment
want
anyone
to
gives a
get
goat the look
attached.
of like, what am I going to call you? Even Elaine is just going to go,
No.
No.
meanwhile, Felix is definitely
No.
calling them by their names. Hannah doesn't know what their
No.
names are because Hannah is not a farm
No.
kid in that sense, but Felix is and definitely like knows their names and is using them.
Chop
Oh,
and
I'm-
Porter, which is short for porterhouse.
Oh, I love it.
Shank.
I like to
Chop
imagine
and
that.
stew.
I imagine this is the first discussion the first chat the party has as they begin to set out from the refuge.
Don't name the goats. Oh, they already have names. Mm.
Oh no. Elaine just face palms at the back of the party.
I mean, it's fine. Named animals eat just as fine as not named animals. Probably better.
I mean, you have to take care of them and be nice to them and feed them and all those things. Like it's when you don't want to just like. I mean, they're here. They can hear you.
If you have more
they
than
don't
one, you can't just
talk
call
to
it
you.
that goat.
We have lots of goats. There's lots of goats. Yeah. So they're okay, but you don't have to call them by their names if you don't want to. Like I know that's weird for people. I guess I don't know, but I see your faces, so now I know.
Say shrugs. Say's a Mareki. We probably had to raise and butcher our own food at some point.
Oh yeah, it's part of survival training.
Yeah. Here's your pet chicken. Now murder it.
Yeah,
Oof.
Kanani wouldn't name the rabbits that she would hunt.
Yeah.
Because that would be wrong. She would call them dinner, and that's about it.
Okay. So you all set out into the mountains around the refuge. It's Felix has warned you all that it's quite a bit of a hike. And while the option to fly is always there, there's also a kind of excitement that the party seems to demonstrate in the idea of being able to commute without feeling that urgency, that rush that we need to get from point A to point B immediately. And it also helps that if things turn sideways, then being able to evacuate from Faravax's vicinity very quickly is a good thing to have in your back pocket. So the hike up the mountains does take a couple hours. The scenery is fairly breathtaking as this part of the Dragon Fangs is marked by rolling hills nestled between these tall mountains, the peaks of which in some places you can see snow has gathered. You're wearing your heavier coats as cool breeze blows through the morning valleys. The paths that you're following are well trodden and kind of carved into the mountainside. In some areas, you can even see where travelers of the refuge have bored holes in the mountain just to get through and continue this path higher and higher. Um, just kind of a very pleasant mix of carved stone where it was necessary to make traveling easier and natural passes that lead up and around the mountainside. As the as the day progresses to near noon, you approach. You are climbing up one of the larger peaks that you notice has a nice view over the valley going north and west. A expansive view of all the ravines and the lesser mountains ahead of you off to your right. And as you climb ever higher and higher, the path on the side of this mountain turning slightly, curving around the edge of the mountaintop. Very suddenly, you emerge onto kind of a flat space in front of a large hole in the mountain. And you all find yourselves suddenly in the vicinity of a dragon. As you crest onto this flat space in front of this gaping tunnel, there's a very large dragon currently lying on its side. Looks like he's just at a quick glance, he looks like he's lying there dead, but you see his chest rising and falling, and you see that the way the sun is positioned is bathing his body in sunlight, and you quickly realize that the dragon is sunning himself. It's large. Um, Larger, I'm trying to think of the right scale. Larger than Kurnothi, larger than the Dryka. Stonebones comes to mind, but he didn't have just the sheer length that Farovax does. And you've all heard of the chromatic and the metallic dragons and how their sights are kind of dazzling to behold. Farovax, by contrast, is not. His scales gleam kind of a muddy brown and gray, and glints of metallic shine in his scales here and there. From a distance, were it not for the kind of gray rock that he was sunning himself on, he looks like he might have blended into a rocky landscape wherever he had decided to nest. You hear his breath kind of huffing in and out quietly, and as you approach and kind of stop to take in the sight of him, you see him kind of twitch. You see him start to stretch out his back legs. Then he brings his back legs forward and resumes sunning himself. He doesn't seem to
Alistair is
look up
clenching.
or look at you at all.
I assume I know where the usual goat delivery spot is.
Oh yeah, some enterprising traveler at some point in the distant past had driven a large like a stake into the ground, not far from the opening of the cave, probably when Farovax wasn't home,
That would
and
be
that's
smart.
become the de facto snack spot.
Delightful. I will deliver the goats, scratch their ears, and then pull the bag of carrot bites out of my pack and just scatter like like more than a gallon Ziploc bag, maybe 2 gallon Ziploc bags equivalent of carrot bites for them.
They're nervous.
That, I mean, fair.
Yeah.
and then we'll retreat back to the party. And I'll point out quietly over that, like, that's usually the spot where I sit, and I'll point out to like the nice rock where I sit. That's a good spot to like look out
I just
near,
look at
like
Felix
companionably, like within range, but not too close to the dragon.
As Felix
Oh,
is
goodness.
explaining this to you all, your eyes are drawn past him as you see Faravax lift his head slowly and twist it to look over at you all. And you feel the gaze of a dragon rest upon you for a moment before turning over to the goats tethered nearby. And you see him start to roll and heave his bulk over to the side and slowly lift himself up onto his forelegs.
Oh, right. It, and he just lets you hang out there, and he's usually out here. Usually out here.
I mean, like, people sit on their porches too.
You know, when you contextualize that makes a lot more sense and kind of destroys a lot of the mystique I had made in my mind.
Sorry, we can pretend I didn't say
No,
it if you want. But I mean,
it's better that way.
Yeah, no, okay. I just thought you would want to
Faravax
know because you like to know things.
begins moving over to the goats, and almost as you say, like it destroys the mystique in your mind, Alistair. He unfolds his wings and just gives them a stretch behind him, making him seem even bigger. And he brings them back in close to his body as he goes over to the goats, who are very clearly terrified of him. And he just kind of lowers his snout and kind of sniffs at them. You see him take a deep breath, and you see him breathe out, just exhale a fog of almost smoke from his nostrils over the goats. And you see the goats kind of stagger and then fall over.
I think it's better that way.
Felix nods. It's I mean, it's sad for the goats, but also they don't know that. So.
And Faravax reaches out with one hand, envelops an entire goat in it as he tugs it, snaps the rope, and tosses it into his mouth to swallow more or less whole.
So when do we ask questions?
Felix, is it okay for all of us to go to the sitting spot, and maybe is there enough room for all of us on the sitting spot?
I mean, it'd be cozy.
Yeah, cozy. I love cozy.
Are you all gonna sit on the sitting spot and look out quietly, or are you going to all go to the sitting spot and then talk all at once?
Maybe one at a time.
This is a giant ass dragon. I'm going to let the smart people talk.
I'm going to stay back.
I'm gonna go to the
Allison
sitting
and
spot,
Elaine are like standing at the back of the group.
and whoever wants to
was-
sit can
This
come
was
with me.
your idea, Taliesin. Why don't you want to go see the dragon?
I wanted to come with less people, and that way it would be easy to get those out and be less intrusive to a dragon. Now we are a group of over 8. It is not wise to make him mad with a lot more people in his home. So I'm going to stay back here with Elaine.
What were you
Okay.
going to say, Felix?
I don't remember, but it was probably just babbling. So I'll let you know if I think of anything of consequence. But otherwise, assume that Felix is sort of Felix babbling as usual.
Elaine will also lean forward as all this discussion is going on and point out, just so everyone is aware, dragons have very good senses, and chances are he can hear and is listening to everything we are saying right now.
Oh, that makes me feel very,
Oh,
very
sure.
good.
Well, that's quite embarrassing. I guess.
I mean, it's really the plausible deniability. Like, you didn't know that?
Oh.
You weren't assuming that?
No,
I should have
no,
warned you. I'm sorry. I didn't think to warn you. I
okay.
figured everybody knew.
Beyond the group,
Sure.
Faravax has turned away from the goats and has approached the uh, edge of his sitting space, not too far from the sitting rock that Felix pointed out. And he sits back on his haunches, licks his lips, raises a hand to begin picking at his teeth with one of his claws.
Alistair gulps audibly and then raises a hand. Faravax, we apologize for intruding. Our new companion, Felix, has...
Hang on 1 second. Hang on, Faravax. Sorry, please hang on. 1 second. Felix will try to do some math real quick. 3,
Maths.
4, 5. Is going to. I'm sorry, Hannah needs to do some math because I can't add 1
No
to 3
problem.
apparently. Felix is going to, in this lull, I mean, where by lull I mean having said quite loudly for everyone to hold on, is going to upcast enhance ability. The charisma version. I don't know why it
Eagle
rolled that as a
Splendor?
healing. It's not a healing spell.
Interesting.
It's so it'll be the Eagle Splendor version. At 5th level, gets me 1, 2, 3, gets me 4. So, Alistair, Felix themselves, Taliesin and Elaine had explicitly said they weren't going to talk. Have Jaeger and Klinkle expressed any opinions?
No, Jaeger is like not front and center, but he's there and ready to talk if there needs to be. So
I feel like Say and Jaeger are on the same page.
They're like in the center of the group, ready to act in whichever way the group leans.
Klinkle's here just as much as the tape recorder as anything else.
Oh, I love it.
Recording for posterity.
Okay. Then 4 will get us. So Eagle Splendor. I'm just gonna throw it here. On so Alistair. Say Jaeger. And I think Kanane, because who knows what Kanane is gonna do, and Felix is gonna trust that they can handle themselves insofar as they ever do. Because everybody likes Felix. There's not going to be a problem there. So yeah, those 4 get Eagle Splendor. Okay, thank you. I'm done now for now. Okay, carry on.
Thank you, Felix. Right. Faravax, our new friend Felix has let us know of your place up here. We're rather quite interested in making your acquaintance. I would like to ask permission for me and my companions to make your presence. We are a traveling band of adventurers. Some would be bold enough to call us heroes in our own right. Results may vary. We call ourselves...
Faravax's head slowly turns towards the party and he gives a little huff through his nostrils. He's watching you. His tongue flicks out, licks his lips, and he yawns a little bit.
We call ourselves...
Teeth, doesn't he?
Amazing teeth. Your teeth are incredible, sir. We call ourselves Valor Company, and we have a vested interest in saving the world. And kind of watch his inscrutable expression at that bold claim.
He stares at you for a long moment, blinks, turns his head away to look out over the valley. That's all the response you get.
I don't think he cares.
Probably not. May I ask permission for my compatriots and I to approach your, I believe it's called the front porch?
You see his wings kind of like half unfurl a little bit, then curl back in. He doesn't say
I will-
anything either way, but continues to
Alice-
gaze out.
Alistair's going to start walking forward at a just slow pace, careful pace, but not a terrified pace. So he's going to move 15 of his 30 feet of movement closer.
Say
I
we'll
wonder
look
if he
up.
speaks common.
follow because
Oh,
Yeah,
That's what
Kanani's
Jaeger.
following. Kanani will definitely follow and calm
Group kind of
herself.
creeps forward. Was that question about common?
Felix said, I wonder if he speaks common? Would I know? I got the sending through.
I
Is
was just
sending
thinking
language
about that.
dependent or I
I think it's language dependent.
I don't think the spell says anything about it not being, so yeah, I would assume it is.
I would also assume that the refuge would have stories of Faravax speaking at some point or another. So it's known that he understands and can speak when he wants to.
Okay, cool, thank you. So Felix would add that bit on to like would muse a lot about whether he can speak common and then sort of remind himself of that.
Okay. I look to Felix and frown and look back up at Faravax, who has not answered yet, but hasn't eaten yet, so hey, there's that.
Well, he had one goat.
Oh no. I'm going to dust myself off a little bit and tighten my britches. Right, I suppose you are not very much for mincing words and small talk. So, to that end, I believe you're aware of what's happening in the Vale right now. There are creatures within the mines nearby who are digging through these mountains. There are others who are cutting down the trees, and others who are erecting stone monoliths to, no, for lack of a better word, tear holes in places they should not be tearing holes through. A war effort is being, well, a war machine is being built. Creatures being marshaled, barracks being built, and a really creepy storm over in the distance that I'm sure is not very good for the view. Would I be correct in assuming that you already know that?
You watch as Faravax kind of shakes his head a little bit, kind of not in a negatory or affirmation way, but just kind of stretching his neck a little bit. And he turns his serpentine neck to look back over at you, watching quietly.
I stare back up at him. As you are, I would assume, ancient and wise, judging by the size of you, you are no doubt well versed in the stories of the seven celestial dragons. I would assume you would consider them your kin, or so. That's what we're taught in the schools, the magical colleges. The one called Ruin, by other names, Hectopole, is seeking to make her way back here. I don't know how that affects you, if it does at all, but it's already affecting the Vale. I don't know if you would consider yourself a guardian of it, but you have made your roost here, and you do seem to like your neighbors, enough to, he glances and gestures toward Felix, to accept the company of a mortal,
Felix waves.
or to tolerate the company of a mortal, honestly, I won't begin to presume to understand your point of view,
It's okay. I get that a lot.
and not a little bit.
Alistair, let's have a persuasion check.
Persuasion check.
With advantage.
With advantage. Okay, it's a flat roll. Oof. All right, so that's a 13. I'm going to use Flash of Genius.
I was just gonna say, Kanani's gonna like wiggle her nose. Ooh, you get a +4.
So that makes it a 17. Yeah, I'm definitely going to flash that, and with a brief moment of inspiration. Incidentally, Old Man Drummond asked us to send our warm regards to you. For what it's worth.
Okay, so what's that total?
22.
All right. You see Fairvex turn his gaze back over the valley, huff, and rise from his seated position up onto his forelegs. He turns, and for a moment you see him approaching you before he turns towards the last goat. He scoops it up in one hand and turns again and starts retreating towards his cave.
I glance back at my party.
And then he stops. Adventurers, come. And he proceeds into his cave.
I look toward Felix wide-eyed and look back to Say, face like pale as a ghost.
Felix is nonchalantly following.
This will be a cool as fuck chapter.
This is, I think it's a bad thing.
I feel like throwing up. I am so nervous.
Yeah, hold it in until we're out of earshot. He can probably hear us vomit from
Are you all
a
coming?
mile away.
Yeah.
Yes, hurry, yes!
I think Say
Alistair hobbles.
Yeah, Say has moved past, like, nervous, and it's just like, this is ridiculous in my life now.
Taliesin, were you saying something too?
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say that Taliesin will give Elaine's shoulder a nudge and says, "Well, that's us."
Just like to point out that we are following a dragon into his den. This is so exciting.
Indeed.
Yeah, exciting. Yeah, sure.
Just we've done so well so far. We just continue to do well, and it will be fine. Everything will be fine. He is a wonderful dragon. He has goats. We have given him goats. He'll be fine.
We would have been able to get him more goats if the refuge hadn't been attacked. Felix, hold on! He's gonna chase after Felix and say.
So as you all head into the cave, Felix, you've looked into the cave before, and you know that it's kind of a tunnel that tilts down and turns out of sight. So no one can actually see into his cave. But you follow him into the tunnel. He's a very looming shape in the darkness. He's not moving particularly fast ahead of you. And you enter. You notice the sides of the tunnel are roughly rounded. The edges kind of worn away. You pass by plenty of scratch marks on the wall, deep furrows every now and then. And yeah, it turns, the light behind you starts to fade as you move into deeper darkness. But as you move into the deeper darkness, you notice ahead faint lights carrying through the tunnel. And as you proceed, following Fairvex down, you see his large shape illuminated from ahead of you by this faint light. And eventually he emerges into a large cavern, and you all follow him and emerge into Faravax's lair. This should mostly be for some background effect. As you enter this large cavern, you can hear the trickling of water coming from multiple places, and you can see a large pond, large lake. Just a part of his cavern is flooded by cracks in the walls that drift down and lead little waterfalls into the base of this cavern. And you can see there is light coming from everywhere within his cavern as veins of aetherstone run through the sides and the ceiling, providing faint flickering colored light as he moves ahead of you, nonchalantly stepping over the water across the islands. You see signs of toppled architecture. There's a lot of questions right now.
Architecture like this was like there was a city, or like this was occupied?
Not occupied. It looks like there might have been something here at one point, but it's not as though this is like a city or anything. There's some inexplicable ruins here in different parts of the cave.
I say, if the little glimpse of the map I got was any indication, it looks like it might have been like a temple or something. Like one off building.
He goes halfway across the cavern, pauses, and looks over at all of you. Oh no. Oh no!
You know? No,
I'm
no.
gonna give Hannah a chance to reconnect.
Yeah, the call has been cutting out a little bit here and there. Looks like it's getting worse for Hannah.
Welcome back.
Hello?
Okay. Hello.
Welcome back.
Hello!
All right, you missed nothing. All I had started to say was that Faravax makes it across to one of the smaller islands and looks back at all of you, waiting for you to move forward. And as he waits, he starts snacking on his other goat.
Oh, wow. This place is dim, but I mean, are those pillars? Oh, he's on the move.
Jaeger.
I'm assuming this water isn't very deep.
No, it doesn't look very deep. It's very shallow, but very clear. And as you pass across it, you can see little glittering motes in the base of the underneath the water in the basin, and you actually see bits of jewels and minerals kind of catching and reflecting the light. All right, let's see how to kick Felix. Felix has been kicked.
Oh, we have to kick Felix? Okay, one sec. Oh, Felix has been kicked. A quick restart can also fix that. I'm
Sorry.
gonna ask Emmett to
No
I'm gonna ask Emmett to
joy.
carry me over the water.
Emmett will be able to carry you across without any issue. He's carried you before.
Thank you. Do you want to just reset the game system real quick?
Yeah, if you could. I'll continue with Theater of the Mind for the moment.
Sure.
As
One moment.
you all proceed deeper into the cavern, you see there's one section that's been that's naturally separated from the large open area. And as you follow the dragon into this area, you find Faravax's true lair, identifiable by the piles and heaps of gemstones and rough metals and minerals that have all been kind of gathered together as you lay eyes on his hoard. This is very much Theater of the Mind because there aren't any icons on the map for this, but suffice to say that there is enormous wealth here in just natural resources. You don't see any coins, you don't see any armor or weapons. These are all just minerals and stones that seem to have been pulled up from the earth. And indeed, you can see a lot of tunnels leading off away from this main area that seem to wind and descend deeper into the mountain. And perhaps one of the most jarring sights in Faravax's lair is up against the back wall of the cave is the back half of an airship.
What in the devil?
How would an airship get in the air?
Oh, is that what that is?
Yeah, that appears to be an Alistair abandoning all common sense begins to approach it.
Must have flown too close.
Float too close and into the ground. Goodness gracious,
As you
can I
move forward,
investigate?
as you move forward and kind of getting close to the gemstone hoard, you do see Faravax kind of turn his head to lay an eye upon you, and you hear just a faint growl echo in the cavern.
Sir. Sorry.
And he turns away from you and rears on his back legs, places his front claws on a pillar of stone in front of him, and just drags them down. And you can see from the marks that he's done this several times to this particular pillar. He drops down to all fours and lowers his head near what you can kind of see appears to be a hole in this particular pillar. And it seems like all the not gold, but the gems and minerals have been pushed away from this particular space. And you can see he starts to move side to side in front of the hole, his wings starting to stretch and close, stretch and close. You see he looks agitated.
You might want to back up and not be over there where you are. I think this is all his stuff, but I think that's really like extra his stuff, a lot of his stuff.
Right, Alistair, perhaps we remember that we're dealing with a large dragon.
Oh, right. I'll take a step back and dust myself off and take a seat on the ground.
And that's the point when I need everyone to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh no!
Without warning, Faravax leans his head back.
Can't, because we don't have access to this game.
You still logged out?
I tried. It says administrator password. You must provide the administrator password in order to
address at the top, remove auth, and
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it said you were
from it.
Oh, that's weird. It said you were logged in.
Alright, it's letting me log in now.
Cool. So
when Rob reboots the server, it automatically throws everyone to the authorization page for the admin.
Sorry.
Oh no.
Wisdom save. Oh god.
All good.
That's
as he unleashes a roar, not at you, but he seems to be roaring into the hole at the base of this post.
That's a 7 for me, dog.
13. I'm fairly certain that fails too.
26. I don't know why I clicked the thing instead of rolling real dice, but I'm not mad about it this time.
26.
Not this
Might
time.
be good with that 16.
Okay.
It's a 21 altogether.
Me and Say are in the same boat.
Say's not happy.
I mean,
Okay.
you don't know. She might be very happy in a second. Unintentionally. Against her will.
So, Konane, Klinkle, and Felix. The three of you are unnerved. The rest of you are all suddenly aware that you are in a dragon's den with a dragon you're not very familiar with, and you do feel the touch of fear enter you, even though he's not even directing his irritation at you. You feel the
Okay.
touch of that frightful presence, but it is not aimed at you. And you see him kind of growl and move his head away from the hole to look at all of you. Adventurers.
I
Go ahead.
I think you might have scared them a little bit. Was that on purpose? I don't want to interfere if it was on purpose. That would be rude. It's your house. But I wasn't sure if it was on purpose or not.
Have pests that need dealing with.
Do you mean them? And I point at the group. And as I'm pointing at the group, who is nicely all clustered there, I am going to go ahead and cast Calm Emotions centered
Fucking
on,
clerics.
if I can remember how to make that happen.
I'm gonna go out on a limb on my genre Savi self, and there may be something in the hole that he wants out.
It does seem like that's a possibility. Felix is not John Wasabi.
Or there's just the things in the valley that he doesn't like.
Maybe all of the above. Anyway, if you all are frightened, you're not frightened anymore.
Yay!
Woo!
Cool.
Yeah, I think the party has all felt the touch of Felix's calm emotion spell at some point by now.
Yes.
So
correct.
you know when to allow the calming sensation to wash over you.
There we go. Yeah, that's all of us.
However, you are back to however you normally roll charisma.
Oh, okay. That's fair.
Now, Felix did ask if he meant the group.
Correct.
He kind of snorts and tosses his head. Fleas and thieving magpies. And he turns his head to glare at the hole, and he paws at it with one claw.
I still don't know if he out over the earring, but also probably loud enough that Fairback can hear. I still don't know if he means us or not, but what's in there? Sorry, Taliesin.
I was going to say, was it this stone pillar that he was clawing at, or is it a different one? Because he was originally up there.
Right over here. Kind of where that little puddle is where you can imagine the hole is.
And is it at floor level, or is it higher up?
Floor level. As you kind of maneuver to kind of take a better look at it, you can see that the hole is probably about roughly 5-ish feet in diameter. Seems to descend into the earth.
I glance at Felix and glance back to the hole, and the thieves. To be certain, the thieves and magpies, are they in that hole? That's a few sizes too small for your. It's very rude of the hole to be smaller than you. Incidentally,
They come from the depths through the floor of my cave to take my treasures.
What do they look like?
He snorts again. Worms, fleas, monsters of metal and rock. Too fast to catch.
When you say worms and fleas, is that a metaphor, or do you mean like literally worms and bugs? Please, I just want to make sure I understand.
You hear another kind of rumbling growl come from his throat, but he reaches down and with one claw begins to drag a nail through the ground in front of him.
Can I tell if that rumbling growl is a growl or a laugh?
Insight check.
Ooh.
I'm gonna guidance myself. Calm emotions drops because it has done its work. At least for now. We'll see.
For now. Oh no.
That's okay. More spell slots where that one came from. That is. I'm sorry. That was insight or perception.
Insight.
Okay. 29.
Jeebus.
Nice.
It's definitely a growl of irritation, but with that high of an insight check, you can tell his irritation is not with Valor Company.
Well, that's a relief.
He's essentially invited you into his home because he seems to have a pest problem of some kind, and he's angry about it because, well, he's a dragon and he's unable to get at these things that are bothering him.
Should we go take a look?
He's very much acting like a cat that knows there's a mouse in the wall but can't get at it.
Oh, yeah, we can take a look. Sure. I'm gonna stand up and dust off and move after Taliesin.
I'll
call back.
I'm
I'm not a dwarf, so I'm not as familiar as I'd like to be. Elaine, Alistair, are you familiar with any bug-like creatures that are made of
Monsters?
metal that would get steal shiny baubles?
I've read books. I can, yeah, let me, I'm going to rummage through my bag of holding and with a little bit of light, with the help of the magical tinkering, just skim through the orange book and try to get myself in the frame of mind of being back home and reading books. I'd like to make some kind of knowledge check.
Yeah. As you move forward, you also see that he's kind of crudely drawn out something on the floor.
Oh,
Yeah, Kanani will kind of just take a breath and just focus on the matter at hand and move forward to check out what it was that he drew.
Say is trying to say center group, basically.
All right. So this crude drawing that he made, and it is crude. He is not an artist. It does look kind of like he drew a worm with legs, and it looks like some kind of shell on its back. It's not immediately evocative of anything.
Is it a big centipede?
Not a centipede.
Heather knows what it is, but Say doesn't.
Same.
does this crude image evoke anything of arcane nature?
You can give me a Arcana, history, or nature check. And I'll
go
say
with
that the
Arcana.
notes in the book will offset disadvantage because this is in a biome you're not familiar with regarding creatures that were not of direct impact on your area of interest.
right, let's hope Fender Baron has notes on this. It's a net 1! No!
Fender Baron does
no!
not have notes on this.
Can we get a portent just to make sure that that nat 1 gets improved?
That the book doesn't spontaneously.
It's too
come up.
late. I have to use the pointed before the roll.
Okay.
That's fair. You know, it's really quite dark in here, and I don't think Fender Baron had very much interest in worms.
Well, whatever it is.
We can do the neighborly thing and try to help. Because we're neighbors, right? We're Felix's friends, and Felix is Ferrovax's neighbor, and that's what neighbors do.
Oh, I'm fine with helping. I was just trying to make sure I knew what I was going against before I went up against it. You know, kind of helps to know if I can just cause a collapse of their tunnel and crush them to death, or if they're just going to burrow their way back out.
You see Ferrovax is already shaking his head as you mentioned that, Taliesin. They come up from the earth and drag my treasures down into their lair.
That's not being a good neighbor.
Certainly
No,
won't
it's being a... Alright, well,
Can we see inside the hole?
Yeah,
That's
you-
like half to the group and half to Ferrovax.
Ferrovax obligingly backs up a little bit.
I think Felix is mostly looking at Say, who they assume is about to leap into the hole. But I guess we'll see.
Say does not leap into the hole, but she will try and peer into the hole.
It does look like a rough shaft descends into the ground. You can see kind of distant lights to suggest that there is a bottom, maybe 50, 60 feet down.
And just to verify, is this whole like area the hole, or is it just this little bit?
Just a little space. That puddle is a
Okay.
good indication of where it is. The opening itself is only like about 5 feet in diameter. So a medium creature could conceivably climb through it. It'd be tight confines, but it can be done relatively easily. Dragon the size of Ferrovax most certainly could not.
Kanani will definitely summon her dancing lights to send down there a little bit just to illuminate, just to see what it is that they're at least starting with.
You see Ferrovax's attention is drawn to the globules of light as he kind of watches them and cocks his head slightly, following them with his head as they descend into the hole. Yeah, you send the dancing lights down, and you can see that it is a very rough shaft, so very easily climbable. And yeah, at the base, it seems to open up, and there seems to be some kind of space at the bottom.
Yeah, I think Taliesin will take point at the front and will just call back as he starts moving forward. Well, if they're insects, they probably won't be able to shrug off a polymorph. So, if we can make them into something less dangerous, something much smaller, and then
them.
I
oh,
can
that
set
that
them
is
on
the intent.
fire.
If that is the intent. If we make them into a smaller creature, and then we hit them with one of our very powerful spells or weapons, that damage will kick them back out of that form, but it will immediately affect their new form with everything that's left. So, if we can hit them for a large portion of damage, even if they have some sort of resistances, we're going to get past it initially.
that makes a lot of sense.
And I can front doing the changing. I don't know how many there are, so I can only hit one every time we attack, but we can at least try this.
All right, whack the thing that you turn into a snail. Got it.
Climbing down a hole at the behest of a dragon in the middle of his den.
I
Yeah,
mean, you can
wonders
stay
never
up here if
cease.
you want. I mean, you could probably find a spot for you to sit that would be very comfortable if you wanted to be up here alone with him.
Felix, as you say that and look over at Elaine, he kind of has stars in his eyes, and you realize that he's not distressed, he's excited.
And that came out sounding a little sarcastic, but Felix was genuine. Like Felix was genuinely like off.
Oh, of
thought
course.
that like this. I am trying to be helpful. If you would like this to be helpful, but that's or you could come with us if you wanted to come with us and climb down a hole at the best of a dragon. Either way. And then I realize I'm standing basically under Fairfax.
You kind of tilt your
And I
head
look
back
all
and
the
look
way up.
and
Yeah.
he moves his head to look down at you.
Hang on. I think if we're gonna go down the hole, I'm gonna pull out one of my canine teeth and offer it to him, so we can tell you how it's going while we're down there.
He squints a little bit and holds out one of his hands.
I drop the tooth into it.
He
Like a grain of sand.
he lifts it up and looks down at it, and yeah, it
Jaeger in the middle, and I don't know, someone, Emmett bringing up the rear.
That works. He's pretty stout.
you all gather around the hole, sort yourselves out, and begin to lower yourselves in.
As we lower ourselves in, I just like to pause by Elaine for just a moment. So, just like old times, huh?
Oh, give me an insight check.
Sure. That's a nat 20.
Yes!
You fucker!
I'm not gonna flashy genius that actually. I'm not going to. It finally happened.
You look at him, and for a moment, you see the smile on his face is genuine. You see that there's a kind of the excitement that seems to have been bubbling below the surface is very close to the surface, despite him not being too talkative or inserting himself into the dynamics. When you mention that, there's a touch of sadness enters his eye, but it's kind of like a sense of nostalgia almost. And that smile is still there as he kind of lets out a slight laugh. Yeah, just like old times.
Monologue token.
Oh, well timed. Good
I knew
job.
the first one was gonna go to Elaine. I called it. As soon as you said this is what we're gonna do, my first thought is we're gonna do it on Elaine. It's going to be Elaine.
I was hedging my bets between Elaine and Fairfax. Okay.
We don't need to know anything about the dragon. He's big
He's
and
yeah,
Excuse
insquishable
me?
is correct.
Giant cat dad is important.
he is.
He's important, but it's disrespectful.
It is. We don't want.
Elaine, on the other hand.
Elaine, we can disrespect him all we want.
Yeah.
He bought that.
All right, a monologue token on Elaine. So this is player-to-player insight on his mentality right now, right?
Yes.
All right, so he's kind of caught up in the moment. The absurdity of this situation, the story that it makes, it does remind him of old times, of better times. It seems like his general silence has been more about soaking in the banter of Valor Company. It seems like he's enjoying this a lot.
So
He is. Go ahead.
So monologue tokens are genuinely monologues in character.
Oh boy. Oh, I'm not sure if I. Oh. That's awkward. I'm not sure how. I'm not sure how to phrase that in the mind of Elaine. Yeah, I will confess I think I'll need to work on it. I'm not sure how to present this from his point of view. That just might be me being put on the spot by my own volition, though. So, yeah, he's I think it would be some adventure. There's not a whole lot of cognizant thought there. Just the adventure, the experience is something that he has not had. He has not had this.
He's
a
been
long time.
craving this, and he's realizing that he's been craving this.
Yeah, that's along what this is. I'll try to do better for the next monologue token, but
All right.
I hope that works.
I forgive you.
As Elaine is caught off guard and Alistair prepares to crawl into the mystery hole. So time for a chat, maybe when we come back from this.
Oh, for God's sake, I thought you were going to ask what now, and I was going to look at you like you were crazy.
Oh, God's no, he hears everything. Got a thumb back at Farovax. I don't think he'd be interested. And he's a dragon. It would be rude to air dirty laundry in his wonderful abode. Anyway, holes, worms. Good chat. Chat later. Okay.
Mm-hmm, yep. It's a refuge. Good place. Good chat.
All right. Yeah. Emmett, rear guard. Okay. I'm gonna squirm into the hole.
As the party can hear some of this babble echoing down the shaft as everyone climbs down.
Politely ignoring it.
Nani is not ignoring it. She's looking at Alistair, nodding at him like, yep, that's my boy. He's doing it.
Kanani stops to like listen, and Klinkle just plants her foot on Kanani's face to push her to keep going.
Basically.
Yeah, it's
like, move.
It's a bit tight. It's a bit snug. Anyone with claustrophobia would probably feel that starting to kick in.
Do I need to roll a wisdom saving throw? Cause.
All right.
Oh
Say it's
no.
Claustrophobic.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let me see what happens.
But you do know that this is opening up at the end, so I will allow it with advantage.
Say just jumps down the hole. She don't give a fuck. That's a full. Oh, with advantage? Hold on, let me check.
Yes, with advantage.
Hopefully it's higher this time. Say jumps down the hole.
Okay.
Say is moving. So Say is moving triple speed just to get out of this as quickly as possible. She has boots of spider climb. She will burn her web spell to catch herself if needed. Like she's not hanging out in this tiny ass tunnel.
I was about to say with that low roll, do you think she's aware enough to rely on her abilities?
Yes, she's aware enough to rely. If it had been a 4, if it had been that 4,
Okay.
no.
So this is a very awkward, narrow kind of half slide, half fall down this shaft.
Yeah.
Like not even bracing yourself, just like get down, get down, get down, get down, get down.
Say would rather take the damage at the bottom than to like be in this tunnel any longer.
Yeah.
And have hypothermia in the tunnel.
And Taliesin is still in front of her, so I guess I have to make a dex save.
No, I said Say was going down first.
I said minutes ago that Taliesin had already gone in, saying I'm taking point because I can turn these things into
Roll a
things.
dex save.
Roll a dex save.
Roll off.
If you don't... Initiative?
Yeah, you know what? Both of you roll initiative as Taliesin and Say would have
I can't
jostled for
because it
position.
says no active encounter. So hold on, I gotta use real dice.
Yeah, use real dice. Playing some rollies.
12.
5, apparently, because this die hates me.
Taliesin was going to go down the hole, and Taliesin just jumped down ahead of him.
And Say just jumped down ahead of him.
Or Say, yep. He can't jump in front of himself. Yeah. So Taliesin very quickly scales down after you to make sure you're all right. Between the skidding and kind of bracing yourself as you go down, you get a couple scrapes, but you're layered. You're fine. Everyone makes their way down the shaft to what appears to be a tunnel at the bottom that seems to kind of coil unevenly deeper into the mountain. This particular tunnel is a little, excuse me, it's larger, maybe about 10 feet in diameter ish. Very rough and kind of uneven as it moves into the mountain. Very unlike Faravax's tunnel. There are threads of more aether stone kind of laced through the walls and other kind of crystal formations emerging, providing some dim, flickering light as you follow it forward and try to see where this goes. As you head down this little tunnel, you don't see any scratches or marks on the wall. It just seems like pieces, like chunks have been removed.
Do I hear anything?
Give me a perception check.
Guidance. That D4 is hard to pick up. Ooh. 28.
28.
Yep.
You definitely hear something. You hear echoing down from further on, kind of a grinding sound. A sound of like rocks clattering against each other and kind of like a heavy, rough breathing sound almost. You definitely hear something up the tunnel ahead of you.
And does the grinding, is that like sound like mechanical grinding or like
No, it's more like
organic of some?
organic, like
Okay.
stones rumbling against stones or scraping against rocks, and yeah, it definitely sounds more organic.
Oh, that's, can you all hear that? Oh, hang on. I'm talking out loud and I could try talking. I don't actually know. Do I just think or do I talk? But like about halfway through that, I touched my ear, but I was
Touch
still
my
talking out loud.
earpiece. You have to say it out loud, but you have to touch the earpiece for us to hear it.
Okay. So there's something ahead or several somethings. There's like a grinding, clattering, breathing something. I don't know if that makes it better or worse. But
Well, it makes it spookier.
That's true. You're welcome.
Thanks. Gonna mosey in closer toward the others in the group to stick close together.
It's dark down here, right? There's not that much light other than the dancing lights.
There's light from the aetherstone veins.
Oh, okay.
It's
Right.
kind of the equivalent to like flickering candlelight that's just naturally part of the walls.
All right, so to hear better, Kanani's going to change into her hybrid form.
Okay.
To get a better sense of hearing and smelling the areas and stuff like that.
Okay. Give me, as you all move further down this tunnel, give me another perception check, Konane. This will be scent based.
All right, that's a 21 total.
Okay, you definitely catch a strange scent. You catch it's very kind of earthy and musty and kind of metallic even.
Could I describe it as blood? But not really.
Does not smell like blood.
All right, so maybe
Like old coins.
old coins.
You know how like tarnished metal has a smell?
Well, it gets on your skin. If you've been holding it, you get the smell on your fingers.
Yeah, and it tastes the way
Yeah.
it smells.
That old spoon taste.
That
Yeah, old spoon taste.
Oh no.
All right, well, Kanani will definitely like mention that there's something that smells very distinctively metallic.
Oh, that's fun.
Right. Well, he did say the worms were, they steal and eat our metal. Okay. All right. Well, we'll sneak ahead and maybe get a look at them from a distance, and I'm gonna try to. Can you surprise bug?
Do you think they
Surprising
can hear
bugs.
us too?
Oh no! Crap!
Let's get a stealth check from everyone.
Oh, that's a nat one.
Oh no!
There is one in the pool from that.
There
insight
is one
check.
in the pool, and I'm waiting to see if anybody else rolls worse than me for whatever reason.
You can also Tides of Chaos, and the DM will force you to roll on the magic table at some point.
If there's no die in the pool, I will use Tides of Chaos, but there's a die in the pool. So I'm going to use the die in the pool.
I have rolled a 1.
So
Oh,
we've
no.
got 2 natural ones.
Oh no. You want to take the...
Can I take it in the pool and you use your class feature?
Okay, I'll use Tides of Chaos, and he'll use that. So I just re-roll with Tides of Chaos?
Yeah, you
It's been a
re-roll
while.
your
So
you re-roll your check, and then Mitch can decide anytime you cast magic that you have to roll on the magic surge table
Yeah,
if
yeah,
he
yeah.
decides to.
go ahead and post your numbers in the OOC chat.
Got to roll for Emmett. Nat 20.
Oh, for fuck's sake! You're just...
Helmet is silent.
Your last 4
Wow.
rolls have been 120, 120.
Yep.
Yes,
That's
Yes.
You broke out the high variance die.
that's a curse. I should change dice, but I only have one set of dice for Alistair, so this is going to be a game
You
tonight.
have another set for Alistair. You have the ones that have the gears in them that I bought you.
That's Emmett's dice.
Then why didn't you roll for Emmett?
Because the Alistair dice crit.
You didn't
I mean,
know
that
it
is
was
hard
gonna
to
crit
argue
out.
with. So
Oh,
does that
maybe.
mean that we have 2 in the pool for the other nat one?
There's one back in the pool.
There's one back in the pool, but I already used Tides of Chaos, so
Yeah.
I'm fucked.
Nah, you'll be fine.
That eats a sorcery point, doesn't it?
Checking.
I can't... I don't know where everything is on this new sheet.
Okay. So it doesn't. It looks like Emmett is the only one that failed.
No, Emmett got a nat 20.
Oh, he got the nat 20. You got the nat 1, but you re-rolled.
He rerolled.
Yes.
I
Got it.
rerolled.
So there's one in the pool.
Okay, what did everyone else get?
Oh, I do it once a day, and then I long rest before I can use it again.
Let's see. Did anyone else get below a 11?
I got 11 on the dot.
Yep, I'm using you as my baseline.
Cool.
Everyone got higher than 11?
Yeah.
Cool. All right, you head down this tunnel into where it seems to open up into a larger cave, very quietly sneaking forward, keeping to the shadows as much as you can, the sounds growing louder ahead of you. And you come to the edge of a cavern. An underground stream runs through the middle of this cavern, and scattered all about along the ground are gemstones and rocks and minerals, very similar to what you saw up in Pharaohvax's lair. Several of them seem to are missing chunks or are cracked open or otherwise look like they've been well eaten. And across the room, you see a large, hulking creature in one corner, kind of squat and squatting over a pile of stones that it's lifting up and kind of inspecting. And from a distance, it doesn't look like anything you've encountered before. Its body seems to be covered in jagged, rock like scales. It has one eye in the center of its mass and a large maw on top of its head, and you watch as it feeds itself one of these chunks of stone that it was inspecting. Does not look like Pharaohvax's drawing. And as you take a moment to kind of examine this, Emmett missteps. Not Emmett. Emmett got a net 20.
Oof.
No one missteps.
What?
You're able to see this thing at a distance without it seeming to notice you.
Quietly
What do you
whispering.
think that is?
DM, seeing
Or
this
who?
creature, does this trigger anything? Is this an Arcana thing?
It does not trigger anything in your memory.
I have no idea. It's horrifying.
I hate it.
Yeah.
You haven't even met it yet.
Yeah, but it's got so many teeth and one gross eye, and it's all fleshy and rocky, and it's eating. Well, eating rocks is so bad. I've known quite a few good dwarfs. They're pretty nice.
Do you think it's flammable?
Probably. Not as flammable. Snails. Tell us how close we have to get.
I can make it there really quick and do it, but that's too big to make it up a thing. So it is sending something up to bring stuff down. So that's not the only thing.
What?
Which part of this could be you?
Can I squint hard and see if there's anything? What is that?
As you squint, and Jaeger begins moving along the edge of the wall to kind of gain a more advantageous position. Jaeger, a few feet in front of you, you see the ground seem to ripple, and then a beak emerges from the ground, followed by a thick, roundish body covered in what seems to be looks almost like unworked metal plates, almost ore-like in their appearance, with legs reaching out from the side to land on the ground and kind of hold itself up. And it turns its head and it aims one of its eyes on the side of his head at you.
Can I cast Polymorph since he popped up?
Sure.
Okay, I'm gonna polymorph that fucker into a slug. A tiny slug. Not a flail snail. A slug. A little 1 HP motherfucker.
Okay. What's the DC to resist?
My spell save DC is 15. Wisdom save.
Okay. I have to post this.
Oh yeah, Rob can see DM rolls, can he?
Well, fuck.
Fuck.
So you
This is
cast
where we're.
polymorph, and you can almost feel the arcane energy wrapping around it, and it kind of like shakes itself and tilts its head so its eye is looking at you, and you feel the spell slide free as its beak splits open into 4 and it lets out a high-pitched squeal.
Jaeger's gonna pull his warhammer and try to.
Roll for initiative.
Yeah.
All right,
gonna
put
try
that
to roll for initiative.
battle tracker up.
Oh, I always forget how to roll for initiative on NPCs. Is it that button? Yeah, okay, that's how we add it. Got it.
Of how it's big, Zorn.
Oh, can't forget about Elaine.
All right, rolling for initiative. That's going to be a
How
2 on
many
die.
things are there? Because I keep hearing dice roll.
Yes, there's a lot. That was at least 6 different die rolls all at once, and I only think there was one.
Where is my... Okay. So as it releases this squeal, the first person to act is actually Klinkle.
Part of me just wants to chuck bombs in its
Oh
open
no!
mouth.
1 second.
Sorry, I don't know what the deal is, but I don't seem to have enough bandwidth for my internet to cope with voice and all these beautiful animations at once. This call dropping only happens when there's beautiful animations up. But long story short, I'm gonna have to log back into the game. So carry on. Just I'll have to roll into the initiative while I can get back in. Which means that someone's gonna have to let me back in because it's grayed out again. Sorry.
Yeah, we'll get it fixed for you.
Yeah, Rob just AFK'd to let Oliver out because he was fussy.
Let me see if I can do anything from my end about refreshing.
Well, Hannah, I happen to have your character sheet up on mine. I think there was like some testing or whatever that happened to be there.
Oh, if you give me my
you want me
modifier,
to
I
hit
can roll
initiative
real
there?
dice. Oh yeah, that would be great. Awesome.
Yeah, if you want to roll real dice, your dex mod is 2.
4. All right. I'll have plenty of time to get me back in. Thank you.
Oh, that's not what I wanted to do.
Are you
Well,
sure? Because that's what
server
Rob did
reboot.
before.
Okay.
No, it's back
Basically-
up.
Oh, he fixed it.
He unfixed it.
All I had to tell him was we fucked up, and he walked over to his screen and did something. Hannah couldn't get in again. He did the right thing? Okay.
I did the right thing. I just couldn't fix it. I can tear it down, but I can't build it back up.
So is initiative up yet or no?
It is. I'm now having trouble getting back in.
Oh, game is paused. Misha's having trouble getting back in.
Let me try something.
Okay, Rob's still not back because Leonard got outside.
Oh no.
I
Didn't
feel
know
like the
Leonard went
universe
outside.
might be trying to tell us something at this point.
It might be a good time for a dramatic cliffhanger.
Maybe.
No, how dare
Come
you
on.
try to help this
And
dragon?
fewer beautiful rivers. It's so gorgeous.
God dang
He's
it.
just run into the door with Leonard in his arms. Like,
Oh,
what the fuck?
hi Leonard.
Oh, finally.
He just threw him into the dog bed.
Oh, that is so many die rolls. I see what Sam meant. That's concerning. It's fine. Everything's fine.
Okay.
Don't worry, 80 more dice are going to be rolled when Say shoots her gun.
Pretty much.
Oh, that sounds fun too.
Okay, I think is everyone back in?
Well, he went into the bathroom.
That's fine. He's not up for a while.
No, he isn't. Neither am I.
Perfect. All right, Klinkle, you are actually the first to react as this thing gives off a squeal.
As a what's the term? Knee-jerk reaction. I'm not.
Have you begun combat?
Huh? Yep, there we go. Trackers loose and free.
There it is.
I'm going to lob a couple bombs into its mouth.
Ooh.
Cold. This thing looks like it would appreciate cold.
Okay, a cold bomb in its mouth. Sorry, I have to pull up all my character sheets again. All right, I have it in front of me. So, cold bomb, tossing a cold bomb at it.
Standard roll. Why is that not clicking? You're not doing a thing.
No? What the fuck?
Did you hit the
that's
dice
weird.
button? Are you rolling-
Added a module. And now it's like, oh hey.
Yeah, it does an area of effect.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
I'm not trying to roll an area of effect. I'm trying to use the ruler.
All right. So a 24 will
IMs.
definitely hit. Rob is running troubleshooter. 11 damage. Okay. You toss a cold bomb into its mouth as it squeals, and its jaws snap shut. It blinks, and then its head explodes.
Wow.
Doing our all over again.
Flickers of ice just go all over the place.
Well,
I
that
don't.
was effective.
I don't see any other targets, so I'll say that's my turn. Well, no
Okay.
targets I can reach.
All right. So after your turn, Say is up.
Cool. I would measure how far that is away from me, but I fucking can't, so...
Can you move your token?
Yeah, that is.
Nope.
There we go.
It's like locked into area of effect grid. That's the only thing.
All right, hit escape.
Reload
And you have
application or
token
log out.
controls highlighted.
The menu on the left-hand
Yes,
side.
that is what I'm looking at. Everything is redded out.
Can you get me a screen cap real quick so I can try to diagnose it?
Yeah, I was gonna say it's busted on my end too. What's this one? Nope, that's still bomb.
The Zorn is 70 feet from you.
Okay. Oh fuck! Why is the music up now?
I'm not sure.
I cannot fucking highlight this and take a screenshot. It won't fucking let me.
It's okay.
I think maybe we put too many effects in this map.
I think there might be too many modules on this damn thing.
All right, so you are in the wrong drawing tool. You are under drawing tools. You want to. I don't know how you have both selected at once, but
Because
you
it
have
won't
to
let
click
me
token.
click on anything else. Like, it
All right, so
literally
try
won't
reloading
let
your
me.
try reloading your browser real quick. Just hit F5.
I'm gonna clean up some effects in the background just to see if it's affecting Foundry.
I think we're having a bandwidth issue.
I was gonna say, like, I can click on the measure distance and it will highlight, and then
Now it's letting me click things.
Okay, you may have just phantom disconnected, just like happened to Heather earlier, Hannah earlier.
Is it completely blacked out, or does it just look like it's missing light sources?
It's completely blacked out.
Yeah, you destroyed the light sources.
We'll fix it with some global illumination.
What is that now? Oh, fucking, okay. Whatever, I'm gonna shoot the bad guy with my gun.
All right.
Kaboom!
Hold on, I gotta check the range on reprisal. If it'll fucking let me. It rolled it instead of letting me actually look at the fucking range. Because I'm pretty sure reprisal is out of range, but I can't fucking tell.
I am heading over to your sheet to see if I can check from my end as well.
Yeah, 3060. I would not have rolled it. Alright, I'm gonna hit
No
shoot
problem.
rebuttal.
Accidental rolls do not count.
$25.
All right. 25, I'm sure will definitely hit.
So it's 15 damage, and I'll shoot it twice because I get 2 attacks per round.
Yeah, go for it.
19 for 10 damage.
All right. Both of those hit home. The bullets digging into the jagged stone of its flesh as its full attention is turned on the group.
Cool. Since we're all clustered, I'm going to actually move over here, and I'm going to use my bonus action to hide. Or I will if it wasn't running into imaginary walls everywhere.
Okay. All right, so you skirt around the side and bonus action hide. All right, go ahead and roll a stealth check when you can. And as you do that, it will actually move to the big guy's turn.
21 for stealth.
21 is solid as you sink into the shadows between stones in that corner of the wall. The big guy, after being blasted, doesn't really like that at all. So you see him kind of pitch forward and appears to dive into the ground that ripples around him as he vanishes from sight. All right, that's it for his turn. Taliesin is up.
All right. So you said he just dove down and I can't see him?
Correct.
Uh,
While the place looks empty, there's a certain tension in the air that makes you think that this is not as over as it might seem.
All right, then I'm gonna have to refresh because I lagged out too. But I'm just gonna move 10 feet from where I'm at, and I'm going to hold my action to cast Polymorph when that fucker emerges, assuming that he's gonna be able to emerge next round.
All right, holding Polymorph for the emergence of the big creature.
And that's my turn.
All right. Let me know when you're back in because I know Combat Tracker can mess with movement. And you can complete your movement once you're back in. But Jaeger, you're up.
Okay, I attempted to run forward into the water, but it's telling me that that's a wall.
Hold on a second.
As you run forward in the water, you do find it's shallow.
All right. I'll finish. I'll let.
Fixed.
Okay. Well, that's where Jaeger's gonna end up. Weapon in hand, held action to attack if it or another thing emerges next to him.
Okay. At the end of your turn. Nope, that's not right. All right, so that one. Ground begins to ripple across the cavern. All right, 30. Okay. So Jaeger, rising up from beneath the stream next to you, one of these worm-like creatures comes to the surface. You can go ahead and use your held action.
If it'll let me click. So 12 to attack.
12 to attack. You swing your weapon down, and it kind of glances off the side of its armor as it leaps to try and bite and latch onto you. It only rolls a 12 to attack, though.
Which will miss.
So his lunging strike having been made, he is left exposed. But he has drawn your attention as another one emerges from the ground at your side. This one is now flanking with his partner, which doesn't help some really bad rolls. But Jaeger, you are quickly finding yourself getting surrounded.
Perfectly fine. That's what I'm here for.
Felix, you are up.
Is the big Zorn guy, is that one went underground, or was it just the worms? Because I can't actually see the map right now.
Got it. The big guy went underground, and there seems to be these little metal-plated worms emerging.
Popping up everywhere. Okay.
Yep.
Fabulous. Felix would like to. Am I within distance of any of the are any of the worms close to me right now?
One moment. You are some distance away.
Okay. I just didn't want to be
There
right
is
on top of
one
them.
within. The closest one is 35 feet away from you.
Okay, cool. I think I'll back if there's like 20 feet that I can back up away from it, I will do that just to be not tempting to snack on. Hopefully we'll find out. And then Felix would like to cast Locate Creature and try to find the big Zorn.
Ooh, okay. Okay. Yeah, locate creature. I don't think there's any contested roll on that. I think you just know.
Yep, just no.
Yeah, you know he's still in the cavern. He's actually underground. Moving in the direction of the party. Jaeger is about halfway between everyone.
Okay, so he's the one to the left, he's gonna be back, I think, or like maybe he'll just breeze on by and keep going. But he's there. And Phyllis is just gonna point in the direction. Underground though. But that way, and we'll just basically keep pointing and keep the party updated on where our friend is going to pop out, if to the best of their ability, to hopefully short circuit any sort of surprise situations. We'll see.
Sounds good.
That's Felix's turn. I can't cast 2 leveled spells, right? Even if one's a bonus action.
Correct. It needs to be one leveled, one cantrip.
Okay, cool. Yep, that's Felix's turn.
All right. After your turn, Earth begins to rumble in a different direction. Uh, 20 feet. Okay. So another creature kind of emerges from the river south of Jaeger. It seems more or less just kind of emerging to kind of see what is going on. And it actually is not a worm, but looks like a smaller version of the big creature you had seen. All pebbly skin, muscles, and weird mouth for a neck. But he just emerges and looks around, letting his eye fall upon the group at the edge of the cavern. At which point it becomes Elaine's turn. Elaine does not know what these things are, but with Jaeger getting surrounded, it's going to move forward to kind of get a sense of what's going on around him, and he is going to whirl his staff around and point it at the 2 worms as orangish light glows between the prongs of his staff and unleashes a pair of eldritch blasts at his enemies. And the first one is a nat 20. So Jaeger, the creature that emerged out of the river next to you, immediately blows up with orange smoke and orange energy and wisps of smoke, while the second one just streams past the creature in front of you. Elaine mutters a little curse, but he did what he did best, and now more emerge from the ground.
Hey, better that creature than Jaeger.
He's too out of range to do anything. This one is in range to do something. He'll emerge behind Jaeger and attempt to attack. Does a 17 hit?
It does not.
Does not. You're fending these things off, kicking them back away from you. And it is Alistair's turn.
Okay.
The Zorn that Felix is pointing towards, or the direction Felix is pointing towards, is different from the one that surfaced. The one that surfaced seems much smaller.
Okay. Because I was just looking for a Zorn,
Okay.
I would have tried to cast Polymorph on that because I was just looking for the same features.
Yeah. That's
so,
a wisdom save, right?
Yep, wisdom save, target 15.
He fails.
Okay, he is going to turn into a turtle. Why not? No, I want to make him a slug. Oh my god, a water skitter bug. The bugs that just have surface retention, so they don't sink in water, but they also can't really go anywhere else. So
Pond skimmer.
yeah, thank you.
That'll work.
The tiniest bug you can think of squishing.
Yeah,
So is this water flowing? Is this gonna flow down the river?
Oh, bye. See ya.
It's flowing very slow, very sluggishly. But the important thing to note is that it apparently vanishes from sight because the pond skimmer is very tiny.
I will call out that it is a very small insect on the top of the water. Just blast the motherfucking area.
Yeah, I'll leave him there so you guys know where he is. But he's a very tiny insect right now. All right, that was Talison's reaction. Alistair.
Okay. This is a question. Can an AoE attack penetrate the ground?
No, because you generally have to target an area you can see.
Got it. So a 10-foot dome, not a 10-foot sphere.
Correct.
Got it. Okay. I'll hold on to that. Alistair will...
It's almost like the same question as asking if you can blast something hiding behind a wall.
Yeah. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. He's going to rush into melee with the weird worm thing.
Okay.
Bonus action, command Emmett to... Emmett, the doctor, he's being swarmed. Help him with that, please. Thank you. And Emmett will do that thing after. And I'm going to make a couple attacks against this thing. I pull out Luthadil's sword.
Okay.
Oops, didn't mean to undo that.
You just reach into your bag of holding and pull out Luthadil's sword.
I'll just pull that out and make a couple attacks.
All right, go for it.
That's 17 to hit for the first one.
17 misses.
Holy crap. All right. He's going to whiff it and go for another attack. 29 to hit.
29 hits. Just barely.
29 hits. Just barely. Cool. 1d8 plus 6 / Wait. Hold up. This weapon crits on a 19 and a 20. That's a 19 on die.
Oh.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
So it's max damage dice plus you get to roll. Brutal
Yep.
critical.
Brutal critical. So 8 plus 11. And then there's 17 damage total. Slashing.
You charge forward, and with your own war cry, you swipe down at it. miss. It opens its mouth to try and lash out at you, and you just drive it straight down its throat, and you tear the sword out from the inside.
Well, I don't like these bugs. Emmett's going to move his speed. He has a speed of 40, I think. Yeah. He's going to move 40 and help the doctor. He's going to make an attack.
Alrighty. Are you tagging the one to his left or right?
Left. What's my spell attack bonus? Okay. +9, got it. 17 to hit. That does not hit.
17 does not hit.
All right, that's for Emmett. He's just going to take a defensive position and may use a reaction later. We'll find out. That's my turn.
All right. The end of your turn.
Did Emmett get a advantage because he's flanking?
Does that count as flanking from there?
That is an odd position because I believe we said flanking was whenever. That's
NBT.
Goodbye.
Why did Emmett leave?
Ah, shit. Hold on.
Um,
My push talk button.
Goodbye.
Just slid on out of there.
Yep, I got to deselect him before pushing to talk. Noted.
Okay. Not in this case. Flanking was basically the only rule against flanking was they couldn't be directly next to you. Okay, so end of your turn. Another one of these little worms actually pops up next to Taliesin. And he's going to take a bite at Taliesin. Does an 18 hit?
Yes, an 18 does. I'm gonna use Shelter of the Glade though as a reaction.
Ooh, that's pretty much shield, right?
Yeah, it's just shield, just with vines and shit coming around me.
That's perfect. As it emerges from the ground, leaps at you, tries to bite you, and just you raise your hand and vines erupt from the ground to kind of entangle it and drag it back down. Kanane, it is your turn.
All right, so Emmett and Jaeger may or may not have this. Kanani's gonna move. She doesn't really need to move, but she's going to move anyway. And I am going to have her use. I'll have her use Eldritch Blast. One at the one Taliesin is up against, and the other
Next to Jaeger.
yeah, the one left to Jaeger.
Got it. I like that you can actually kind of see where people are pointing at in Foundry.
Yee.
All right, blast one at the one in front of Taliesin.
Sorry, I'm trying to see what my pluses are. Actions. That's where I want to be. 26.
26 hits.
All right. All right, so I believe that is. Oh, I don't get any pluses in my die. That's 9 force damage.
9 force damage. All right. Go ahead and roll against the one next to Jaeger.
And that's 25.
25 hits.
And 6 force damage.
All right, you fire off 2 rounds of arcane energy, catching these creatures in the side and definitely eliciting a strong reaction from them both. They're both still alive. The one in front of Taliesin looks gravely injured, while the one in front of Jaeger is waving around in the air with frustration.
Can I twin spell Eldritch Blast then? Or is it too late?
Normally, you would have to say that in advance.
Yes, I. It's okay. Never mind. I'll pass.
Alrighty. Yeah, twin spell Eldritch Blast is ridiculous. You can just
It
artillery
is.
fire.
I didn't know if I would overkill or not, so I didn't want to eat a sorcery point.
That's the risk. Right. At the end of your turn, the last combatant emerges. Another one of these small Zorn creatures emerges, pulling itself up from the ground, but not close enough to actually get to anyone. So top of the round is Klinkle's turn. What's say up next?
Okay, I'm gonna lob a cold bomb at the worm harassing Taliesin.
Alrighty.
Worm harassment services.
Oh, that's only a 10? Why is it +4/+4? I don't know.
Proficiency plus
Plus
dexterity.
dex.
Okay, it's weird now.
Yep, 10
One
does
off.
not hit.
Second round, or second bomb. Cool.
Yeah,
That's a nat 20.
he immediately bursts as your first bomb was almost like a sighting range. It's still kind of dark down here. You're not used to it. The second bomb blew its head off and sent pieces of stone and metal kind of skittering across the ground.
I'm going to move up a little bit so I can get a slightly better range on everything.
Alrighty.
Okay, and I am done.
Say you're up.
Cool. Am I hidden?
Yeah, they don't seem to notice you.
Sweet. That means I get to roll with advantage and get sneak
Yes,
attack.
you.
All right. So these two bullets, or not bullets, wormy things are still alive and good.
They are. The one behind Jaeger is partially wounded. The one in front of him is not. They seem to be tough, but pop pretty easily once you get past their hard exterior.
Cool. First shot is going to the one on the left that is not wounded.
That is not wounded?
That is not wounded.
All right, that's the one on the right.
Okay.
That one.
That one. Okay.
I mean, they're both going to get hit no matter what. So, well,
Say's left.
Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna hit that one because that's the one I'm gonna get advantage on.
yes.
So that's a 30 to hit.
Oh dear
Nice.
God! I literally did a double take when I saw that number. That hits. The base damage alone is enough to get a pinpoint shot straight through its eye.
Sweet. And for my next attack, I'll go for the other one.
Go for it.
And I'm not hidden anymore, so it's not an advantage.
Correct.
Sad face.
30 to hit. God damn.
Wait, how many
26.
levels in Rogue? How many levels in Rogue do you have?
I have 4 levels in Rogue.
You can bonus action aim if you plan to not move and take advantage.
Oh shit! Then I'll do that. Doesn't
What
matter.
I'm going
Actually,
to say
never-
this time around.
I can't
Yeah.
do it. Yeah, that's fine because I'm going to use my bonus action to hide again in a minute. But
Exactly,
that's a
because
26 to
that-
hit.
Yeah, that 26 is going to hit, so I didn't want you to waste your bonus action.
All right, so then I'm going to move
Pop, pop.
because now they've seen me. I'm gonna go there and I don't know, try to hide in these crevices.
All right, roll your stealth check as the big guy is coming out to play.
26. Rogues are gross. I love them.
There is an explosion of water next to you, Jaeger. As the big Zorn emerges and begins to flail at you.
That thing has too many arms and too much mouth.
Yeah, it has 3 arms. I'm going to say it has 3 arms and 3 legs. It's very weird looking.
Did we lose Hannah?
Yeah,
they
yeah.
had
had
a heart
to.
out at 11.
Oh, okay.
All right, so 16 doesn't hit, 15 doesn't hit, 27, well, it should hit.
Yes.
And the last one is a crit.
Oh shit.
So from one, as it starts to swipe at you, you start ducking and dodging. Like, you can do this. You can do this all day. And that's when its claw slams into you and kind of like knocks your head to the side for 10 slashing damage. And then it bends over and it clamps its teeth down on your shoulder. That is substantially more damage. That is going to be 49. Checking that real quick. Yep, that is 49 piercing damage. So altogether, 59 piercing total.
Big teeth.
And after
Is Jaeger raging? Oh no.
Nope. So as he attacks Jaeger, Taliesin, you are up.
Fuck. Konami, fireball. I'm gonna switch over, and I run forward.
I love it. Fireball.
Why won't you let me move my character? Oh, that's why. It's my fault.
I move there, even though it's stupid, and I will drop concentration on polymorph on the water skater there to cast polymorph on that big motherfucker right there.
Big guy.
Burning my last 4th level spell slot. Yes, it's still a 15 save DC for wisdom.
Please.
I'm going to put the shocked status effect on this little Zorn because he is shocked at what's just happened to him. All right, Big Zorn, where are you? There you are. Wisdom saving throw. Oh, it doesn't work this time.
Yes. Okay. He is now going to be a water skitter bug, and hopefully fireball lands in the center to hit all the Zorn at once. But I can only hope.
I thought he said it didn't work this time.
Oh, I
No,
thought he
it
said
did,
it did.
it did.
Oh,
It did.
okay.
He said he didn't save this time.
Finally. All right, he's targeted. So he is polymorphed into a bug. So Jaeger, this thing just like came up, slapped you around, bit down on you, and then disappeared.
People can see that I have my wand out and pointing at the spot that he got turned into a bug, so they can infer. And that'll be my turn.
All right. Jaeger, you're up.
All right. If Jaeger can actually see this thing, he's gonna get pretty pissed. Call rage. And just fucking hit it.
So the big thing seems to have disappeared next to you. I'm going to say with a Taliesin pointing, you can see a little bug on the water beside you. And there's also a smaller version of the big guy, like 5 feet ahead of you. So you can decide to break your fury down on the water skimmer or onto the smaller creature in front of you.
I'm gonna roll a fate die. That's enough to infer. I'm gonna hit the water skimmer.
Okay. Just go ahead and make your attacks. Don't roll a 1.
27 to hit plus rage.
All right, so I'm going to say that's enough to hit a water skimmer, and that damage is more than enough to pop it and carry over. So he reappears beside you as the damage is taken. Let's see, that is going to be that. All right.
So yeah, that's a +2 because of the rage.
Correct.
Okay. We're gonna do it again.
Do it again. 21 will hit.
So 12 bludgeoning damage.
Okay. You're wailing on this thing, slamming. Why is it? Is the 2 damages from one-handed and two-handed?
Yes.
Got it. All right. So yeah, you're just wailing on this thing. It's taking the attacks. It looks like it's still got plenty of fight left in it. Okay, and going to hold there.
Yeah, we're gonna just hold there.
Got it. All right, so next up would be Felix's turn.
Felix. Okay.
The Zorn's visible now, so locate creature probably can easily be replaced with something else.
Yeah, that would be doable.
Watching him scroll infinitely.
Fairy
Yeah, so
fire.
Did they have Fairy Fire? That was a level 2 spell.
Sleep.
No, they don't have it prepared today.
Yeah, not today. Well, I just saw Jaeger take a fuck ton of damage, so...
Oh, yeah.
Heal him.
Need a second.
After Felix is the Zorn, then Elaine, then Alistair. So let me get them prepped.
Is Healing Word not prepared either? Okay. All right. Felix is going to cast Aid. No, Bless. Up to 3 creatures of choice within range. So going to bless Say, Jaeger, and Klinkle. So on your next roll, within the next minute, your next attack roll or check or whatever d20, add a d4 to it.
You'd have to move them first.
That'll work.
Move 30 feet. Within range now.
Say is still outside of 30, unfortunately.
Oh shoot!
Jaeger is just in.
Well, you could probably, yeah, you could just hug the wall.
Hug the wall, yeah. That would mean. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Yep, yep. Nope.
Yeah, you have
Movement to get to the other side of Klinkle, and that would have hit, say, Taliesin and Jaeger, if that's the ones you wanted to target. Or Klinkle, say, and Jaeger.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
That's
should do
good.
it. Okay, yep. Okay.
Okay. So they are all now blessed. All right. So after Felix is one of the smaller Zorns. He is going to. Start lumbering forward.
Now that he's been a pawn skimmer for a minute.
Yeah, he's a little disoriented, so he starts kind of jogging forward, his feet kind of melding with the stone and earth as he heads towards Taliesin, but is not in a position to attack as of yet. And Elaine, after hurling those Eldritch Blasts, will twirl his staff behind him and hold up his other hand. And there's going to be a gleam of orange in his eyes as he snaps his finger. And they need to make some charisma saving throw. Okay, nope, they do not succeed. So they are all going to take disadvantage on their next attack, saving throw, or ability check. And Alistair, you're up. Kanane's next.
Oh, okay. All right, this guy's within range, so Alistair's going to get up in his face. He's going to make 2 attacks. Emmett was supposed to be over here. Undo happened. Swing of 14 does not hit. Second attack.
Second attack.
That's going to be a 28 to hit.
28 hits.
All right, Alistair's going to hit.
And still using Luthadel's sword.
Yeah, Luthel's sword.
Got it.
1d8 plus 6. 8 points of slashing damage. Emmett is going to move over here and attempt to wallop this guy over here.
Alrighty.
That's a 10 to hit.
10 misses.
10 misses. All right, that's turn.
All right, Kanane, you are up.
All right. What is Fireball? A 20-foot radius?
I think so. There's plenty of space behind them, so you can always kind of target behind them and catch.
Yeah,
all
I'm
of them.
trying to think about targeting it right there, so it catches the 3 of them, but doesn't catch any of my allies. And I am going to eat 2 sorcery points because it seems like cold did really well against them. So I'm gonna make it cold.
Okay.
gonna be an ice ball, baby. Can't I just look at fireball? Tell me what fireball does. I don't want to roll it.
Oh no.
Do you want to
There
use
we go.
actual?
Nope, I
Okay.
got it. It is. Oh, it fucking closed on me. There it is. Stay open. I'm reading.
I think it's 86.
It's 86. It's a dexterity saving throw.
Dexterity saving throw. All right, go ahead and roll your damage. I'll roll the save. Oh my god. Wow. 2 of them rolled natural ones.
Wait, 1, 2, 3.
I know your rolls are hidden. Were those rolls at disadvantage?
They were not at disadvantage. 2 of them got natural ones though, so the last one is. Let's go ahead and roll for them again.
All right, I rolled really bad for fireball.
The last one went from a 5 to a 4.
Nice. All right, so they take 25 cold damage.
Okay, that's substantial.
I only rolled 2 6s. The rest of them were all 2s and 3s and 1 4 and a 1. I rolled really low on fireball.
Middle of the road.
Okay,
Oh,
there we go.
that's a thing that happens.
All right. So as this detonation of ice occurs and flecks their body with rime frost and blows off chunks of their stony exterior, roll me a D100.
Yay! I get to roll my D100. Where did I put it?
While that's happening, this Zorn that the Emmett tried to attack is going to try and attack him back.
Rude.
It's so heavy I gotta roll it on the floor.
That's gonna hit.
Yep. Yes, it is.
Alright, I got an 81.
$81. All right. Rob, I know you can see my rolls, so you can see the attacks and damages against Emmett.
Yep.
If you could calculate that for me, I will pull this up. It's at 81.
That's what my big metal ball told me.
Huh.
Do I see a unicorn?
No. You get to immediately make another action. So something to point out. Spells, you can only cast a leveled and a cantrip spell based on your action economy. You've cast a level spell. If you wanted to, you could cast a cantrip that requires an action because you have a free one now.
Am I able to use Twin Spell, though?
Yeah. That's whenever you make a spell attack.
Alright, I don't like the really big guy. So, actually, I'll eat 2 sorcery points, and I will turn... Actually, I can't turn Eldritch Blast into anything. I will turn Firebolt into an Ice Bolt, and I will cast that at the big guy, because fuck him.
Okay.
19 on die.
Yeah, that will hit.
Okay, cool.
Go ahead and roll damage. As you do that, Clinkle, you're up. Say you're on deck.
I saw Jaeger take a Mao to the face, so I'm going to.
That'll be an additional 9 cold damage.
Waddle
Got it.
my way over here, and I'm going to cast Cure Wounds. Where are you? There you are. Are you not going to let me cast you, you fuck?
Click the icon.
I'm going to cast it at 3rd level because that looked like it hurt.
Yeah.
Oh wow, that's like the worst possible? What the
Yeah.
hell?
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Oof.
A 1 gets you 18.
A 1, a 2, and a 7 out of 3d8.
Ooh. Ooh.
All right. Jaeger gains 18 health.
Let me see if I can hit the button and apply that health to Jaeger. What? I don't
Nope,
think it
that was yourself.
did. Oops.
I saw the
No,
18 plus go above your head.
I was able to type it in. It's good.
Yeah, Jaeger's got this.
Anything with your bonus action?
Go ahead with bonus actions. Other than
Okay.
like a couple reactions.
Alrighty. In that case, it will be Say's turn, then the Big Zorn, then Taliesin.
Cool. Gun stuff.
Gun stuff. You are hidden, so it will be with advantage.
Yep, I'm gonna hit the big one. I'm just looking for my the extra stuff that I can do.
Got it.
Because I didn't know if precision attack added it just to the attack or if it added it to, where did it go? It went all the way down there for some reason. Cool. I didn't know if it added to damage too, because what I'm looking for is damage.
So I know
Cool.
it'll be base damage plus sneak attack.
Distracting strike will do it.
Distracting strike.
It adds to the damage, and the next attack roll against the target by an attacker other than me has advantage. So.
Ooh. Spread the love.
Yep. So first I'm going to shoot it.
And this is the big guy?
Yeah.
Got it.
With advantage.
Go for it. Oh, you also have Bless on you as well. Oh, 27 can hit no matter what.
So 13 plus my superiority die. Nope, I do not have 34 combats. With an extra 3, so 16 points of damage, and the next person who attacks it has advantage. So that's my first attack. For my second one, I'm gonna use my bonus action and then aim again, and aim it, and then hit it again with advantage.
Did you roll your sneak attack for attacking with advantage on your?
No, I didn't. Here you go. Oh, 3.
Wham.
Wee. Every little bit helps.
Oh, that's not right.
So that's a total of 19 for the first hit.
19 on your second attack, you mean?
No, that's a total of 19 damage for the first.
Oh, yeah. I'm good on the damage for the first one.
Okay, so the second attack, I'm using my bonus action to aim.
Okay. Steady aim. Give yourself advantage. A 27 definitely hits.
13 piercing.
Okay.
decent movement.
This round has not been very kind to it.
If you use aim, your speed is 0 until the end of the current turn.
Yeah,
Oh,
since
okay.
you use aim, you're...
Never mind.
Sorry.
That's fine. You started blowing chunks out of its body, and it's really not looking that good.
Well, I gave advantage. That's the best I can do. Well, no, it's not, but it's a good thing I can do.
It is now in kind of... it doesn't have rage, but it looks like it's raging now, and it's just going to flail wildly at Jaeger and Emmett, because they're the ones right next to it. So we'll do a claw and a bite at Jaeger and 2 claws at Emmett.
Okay, Emmett is going to try to stop that bite from happening.
All right,
He's
he's going to
do a
attack
deflect
Emmett
attack.
first, just to be just to manage things a little easier. So this
Sure.
is at Emmett. Okay, 1 misses, 1 hits.
There's a very unpleasant sounding crunching noise.
All right, and now he turns to strike at Jaeger. With Emmett's ability, I would... Hold on a second.
He imposes disadvantage on one of those attacks.
Those 2 attacks that I attacked Emmett with were the wrong ones. So disregard those numbers. You can heal him back up. The attacks do different damages, so I want to make sure that he gets hit with the right ones.
Okay. Both hit.
Okay, that's correct. And then against Jaeger, I was going to probably recommend that he try to block the bite attack.
Yeah, Emmett's going to try to block the bite.
Okay.
So Emmett just kind of reaches out and fists the creature's mouth on both sides. Tries to swing it down.
So Jaeger, I'm pretty sure 23 will hit with its claw attack.
It would, but I'm going to use my tail shield.
Ooh. That's right. When you rage, you have some bestial qualities emerge.
And it doesn't help because that only gave me a 1. So
Okay.
it still hits.
All right, still hits, but you are raging, so the 7 slashing damage is reduced to 3. The second attack, Emmett intervenes, and that imposes disadvantage, right, Rob?
Yep.
All right, cool. Yeah, he intervenes right as the thing lunges for your shoulder again and manages to punch the jaws out of the way to prevent you from getting hurt. Taliesin is up, and Jaeger, you'll be after him.
How tall is the ceiling in this little area?
I'm going to say it's kind of in a cave. We're going to say it's actually about 20 feet.
Okay. Being in the situation we are, double checking this ability really quick to make sure I'm not getting it wrong. Yes, I do have 3rd level spells. Okay, yeah. I'm going to pull out my wand and shout out Lanta and Kalale, and call forth a lightning storm in the fucking area.
Geez.
What?
And we're just gonna say it covers the whole fucking room because virtually it does, and that's all that matters. And they're not gonna get away from it anyways.
A full-on lightning storm. Like, this is one of the high-level lightning spells.
Chain lightning. It
Chain
just
lightning.
it creates a 10 feet tall cloud, 60-foot radius, as long as the area allows it to, which 20 feet does. And then I will just call down lightning by pointing the wand at the largest Zorn. He has to make a dexterity save, target 15.
Does not make it.
21 lightning damage.
Ow. So, as the ceiling roils with storm clouds and lightning gathers, flickers, and slams down into the largest creature here. I would ask how you want to do this, but it's kind of self-evident.
Oh yeah.
The lightning bolt slams into him, and there's a moment where he's lit up from the inside, and then his body explodes into chunks of stone and clay.
That'll be my turn.
Okay, so it just does one massive shot. I thought there might be like branching effects.
No, I aimed it at the back edge of him so it wouldn't hit Jaeger. If I target a spot, it's 5 feet within the targeted spot. So if I hit the water, I could have gotten a small one, but I didn't think of that until after I called the shot.
Ooh, good job not throwing lightning into that stream. All right, are you holding position?
Yep, I have no reason to move.
All right, Jaeger, you're up. You're flanking.
Yeah, sorry, yawning.
All good.
Jaeger's gonna come around this mini me and bonk it. So 16 to hit for 9 damage.
16 does not hit.
All right.
It is very tough, rocky skin. Damn. Yeah, you're wailing on it. It's weathering the blows. Actually, hold on a second. Or no, you would have had advantage anyway. Or no, that was the big guy that Say got with that ability. Never mind. I'm sorry.
It's all good. Oh, that's Arnon.
We're at the stage of the campaign where everyone has abilities that need to be tracked every turn.
First time you attack this turn, the first time you attack something since you got blessed.
Yeah, you have blessed. You can add a D4 to any of those attacks. To one of the attacks, you can choose to add to it.
All right, let's do it to the first one then.
Yeah.
Which would make that a 20 to hit and an 11 damage.
Got it. All right, that definitely hits.
All right, who else looks roughed up?
Oh, you're using the Steel Shadow Warhammer. I just noticed that.
Yeah, no point using Rude Buster if these aren't plants.
Let me see here. One action. 1 minute, so I need to check that again. It's not concentration. These guys are already hexed, right?
The bad guys?
Yeah.
No, they don't have any effects on them.
Oh, okay. So Felix is going to reach out and call upon some trickery bullshittery and attempt to hex the creature. Going to hex their decks.
Okay.
Yeah, they just get hexed.
Which one?
This guy right here.
Got it. All right. All right. After Felix, the Zorn in front of Alistair is going to attack you.
Okay.
That looks like only one claw attack hits at 19.
My AC is 20.
Squirrely little bastard. All right, Alistair's ducking, dodging, and juking.
Ducking, dodging, juking, and using a shield, like you do.
All right, Elaine is going to move forward. first, see if that ability recharges. Nope. All right. So he saw Felix hex one of them, but his eyes are drawn to the one in front of Alistair, and his eyes kind of dart back and forth between the two of them. And then he's going to make kind of a sweeping gesture with his hand towards the one in front of you, Alistair. And he needs to make a dex check, which he fails. And Alistair, as this creature is shifting in front of you for a better position to try and strike at you, one of its legs slips on the shoreline and it loses its balance and falls over.
Whoop.
He's now lying prone in front of you.
Whoopsie.
Have a nice trip. See you next fall. And that's it for Elaine's turn.
All right. Al's just going to try to plunging strike into it since it's on the ground.
Yep. Advantage on melee against prone targets.
Worse than the bugs. Worse than the bugs. It's a 21 to hit.
21 hits.
10 points of piercing damage.
Got it.
Pull back out. Rinse, repeat. That's a 19 on die.
That's another brutal crit.
That's a brutal crit. 8. 17 points of piercing.
17 points of piercing. All right.
Please stop moving.
Driving that poker in and out of it. He's not looking good. That thing is starting to fall apart.
Going to bonus action command Emmett. Watch yourself. Be careful. Defend. Defend. And Emmett's going to use that to take an action. He's going to take the dodge action.
Okay.
As he moves a little closer to Jaeger.
Got it. All right. I believe Konane's up.
All right, there's 2 things left, and you know what? We're gonna go with overkill. I'm going to twin spell Eldritch Blast, so they each get 2.
Okay. Shall we target? Well, keep in mind, the one in front of Alistair lying prone is disadvantage for ranged attacks.
Are you saying I should do 4 to just one of them?
I'm saying you would not roll disadvantage if you targeted one with all 4 blasts.
I would not roll disadvantage? Or I would?
You can
would
attack
roll-
this guy without rolling at disadvantage. If you attack him at all, it's at disadvantage.
Because, okay, that's
Thank you.
what I thought.
It's
All
late
right.
and I can't string together my
Just-
words cohesively.
Okay. You know what? Fuck it. I don't like the one near Alistair, and I don't like the other one, so I'm going to, even if it is at disadvantage, I'm gonna split my attacks.
Go for it.
Because Kanani wants to protect her friends.
Konane fights for her friends.
So the other one's disadvantage, right?
Correct.
All right, that is 23 and 22 to hit the one that's prone.
Wow, even at disadvantage, you got a 23 and a 22?
I rolled a 17, then a 12, then a
Perfect.
I forget what the other one was, but it was
Okay.
something in a 13.
Go ahead and roll your attacks on the other one as well, and then we'll resolve damage.
26 and 24.
Jeez.
That was a 17 and a 15. It's
Perfect.
plus 9.
Go ahead and roll damage.
All right, T done. Do the prone guy first. So that's 8 force for the guy that's knocked over.
Got it.
That is 16 force damage for the one near Jaeger.
Okay. The one in front of Alistair is moving only slightly. The one in front of Jaeger is slumping, still on his feet, but not looking good.
All right, I'm cozy where I am. That ends my turn.
The one in front of Jaeger is going to. It's not too intelligent. It's going to try and attack Jaeger and Emmett.
All right. Emmett is dodging, so attacks against him will be at disadvantage.
All right. First claw attack against Emmett. No go. Next claw attack against Jaeger. 19 to hit.
Can Emmett use a reaction to impose disadvantage?
Yeah. 19 to hit.
Woof.
Does that hit, Dom?
You're not coming through, Dom. It hits.
All right. 6 slashing damage. And the last attack... 3 slashing damage because you're raging. The last attack is a bite for 21 to hit. And that does 10 reduced to 5 piercing.
So that's 8.
Yes. And with that, Klinkle is up. Say you're on deck.
You cold bomb
Cold Bomb, who you aiming at?
guy.
Got it.
That hits.
26 hits.
These guys are like baskets. Just toss the bombs right in the hole.
Oh, it's the terrible visual. I hate that mental image.
Very accurate. All right. His mouth is kind of frozen open and he's staggering. He doesn't look good. Both of them are well and truly on their last legs.
Time for bomb number 2. Target. I don't think a 16 hits.
16 does not hit.
The bird does not like wet feet, so the bird is going to get out of the water. And I will say that's my turn.
All right. Say you are up.
Cool. First attack against the one that is in front of Jaeger.
Go for it.
Question, are we doing ranged flanking? I can't remember anymore.
No, but you don't need it. 19 hits.
Okay. That's
And-
11 points of damage. It mostly for sneak attack than hit to hit.
It works for sneak attack. You get the sneak attack, but you don't get advantage.
Oh, okay.
Yep, that's because sneak attack is if an ally is next to it, it triggers. You don't need to roll sneak attack on him, however, because 11 is enough to burst his eye and part of his frozen mouth, and he goes down.
Cool. Next one's in front of Alistair.
Okay, that one is disadvantaged due to range.
Yes.
Unless you have a maneuver to counteract that.
I think it's disadvantage because it's prone, not because of range.
Prone, yeah, not range. Sorry.
You could aim again to offset it.
Oh, that's true.
So do not announce immediately whether or not I hit.
Okay.
Because I'm readying a precision attack because I can make it. I can announce the precision attack. I can expend it after I roll, but before the attacks
got
are
it.
applied. So I just.
I get you. Will you be using your bonus action to aim?
You know what? Yeah, fuck it. I'll use my bonus action to aim.
Go for it. So straight roll.
22. So, in that case, I am not going to use my superiority die.
Well done.
But I am going to use my sneak attack.
Go for it. There's no kill like overkill.
It's say. Gotta blow it up with guns.
All the guns.
That's 8. So a total of 17.
Yeah. 17, prone target, sniping across the room. You fire the last shell, and you get it right down its open mouth as Alistair pulls the sword free. And it hits something vital because he spasms and slumps into stone and muck as the last of the monsters dies.
Oh, good shot.
Thank you.
All right. And as the party deals the final death blow against the fleas and magpies plaguing Ferrovex, we're gonna call it here for the night.
Sounds good.
Whew.
So I'm gonna
Because if we
raid
go
some
any
gems.
later, it'll be Saturday.
Yeah, that Talisman was just about to say, "Hey, let's recover the gems and return them to Ferrofax."
So you can see scattered around, as mentioned, there are chunks of ore and gems. However, they are all damaged in that it looks like, well, these things have been eating them.
Ew.
But we can settle salvage between sessions.
Yeah.
I apologize
Yep.
for keeping everyone up so late. Sorry for the technical difficulties at the very start of the fight.
Technical difficulties in the nature of combat.
I have a feeling Felix would totally tell Ferrovax, well, good news, bad news. Good news, you won't have any more raiders getting into your horde. Bad news, they were eating it.
We could always try to mend some of them. Glue them back together as an offering. Sorry. We tried to fix it.
Give the
Oh, man.
dragon an Aether Stone. We have so many of them.
Did you not
Talisman
notice that?
Go ahead, Taliesin.
I was just gonna say with Alistair saying we could bend some and Talisman would just be like raise his hand. Yeah, I can do that.
And what were you saying, Alistair?
I was saying, offer an Everstone to Ferrovax. Did you not notice in the previous room all the glowing crystals?
No, I know. I saw it.
I have this giant field of wheat here. Have a sprig of wheat.
Basically.
Basically, it's a joke.
Oh, how thoughtful.
Grumpy cat dad Ferrovax. I love him.